Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we've got a great stream for you today. What are we doing today? We've got 3 different activities planned for today. So before we start, I'm going to start up some music because I love having a little bit of a soundtrack going. This is music from the great CRPG from a while ago called Shadowrun Returns. It's great music to do programming and hacking to, and I hope you enjoy it. That's going a bit fast. Let's make that normal speed. Okay, so let's take a look at the volume levels. If for any reason you find that the music is a little bit too loud, please let us know and we'll try to adjust the volume because we don't want the music to be too loud. But what are we doing today? Let's talk a little bit about the 3 subjects we're going to be doing today. So the first subject that we're going to be covering today is we're going to be talking a little bit about reverse shells and bind shells, basically getting shell access inside of pentesting environment, a hacking environment rather, so for network hacking. And we're going to be taking a look at TryHackMe, and we're going to be using one of their modules to simulate some reverse shell connections and bind shell connections. We're also going to be talking about how to upgrade our shells once we've gotten them, and a little bit about how these shells work and how we can make them more functional for ourselves when we're doing these network challenges. Alright, so that's going to be the first part of today's stream, and the second part of today's stream we're going to be covering some CTF labs. So we've got the HMV labs over at hackmyvm.eu, and if you're not signed up over there, you can go ahead and access it from this link over here. So this is a great CTF platform for educating yourself about all sorts of different subjects. They've got CTF labs, they've got individual challenges that they host over here, and they have a lot of machines. So by machines we mean virtual machines that they host over here, and you can download them and deploy them to your own network in order to get some hacking done. So typically what you would do, well anyways, let's not talk about that first. So we've got this the CTF labs over here called Venus, and this is the beginner CTF lab for learning Linux stuff. So what you would do is you would use a terminal to connect to this CTF lab via SSH, and then you would solve the different levels using different Linux skills. I'm going to be walking through how to do these levels, but if you want to join in yourself, that's totally fine. We're also keeping track of the different levels that we solve over here over at GitHub. So if you want to take a look at the different levels and how we solve them, you can go ahead and navigate to this link over here. But that's going to be the second part of today's stream. In the third part of today's stream, we're going to be going back to hackmyvm.eu, and we're going to be downloading and deploying one of their machines. So in this case, the name of the machine is Driftingblues6. And Driftingblues6 is one of a series of different machines called Drifting Blues, and they're all created by this user over here called Tasiyansi. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that name correctly, but they create some devious challenges that sometimes we have a very bad time trying to solve. But we always try to come away from the experience a little bit wiser in how to do security stuff. Alright, so that's going to be the third part of today's stream. So let's get started with the first part of today's stream. And to do so, we're going to be going over to TryHackMe. We're not necessarily going to be using this room for its intended purpose, but this is the link you want to go to if you want to participate. So this is the Carnage room over at TryHackMe. And what we want to do is we want to, well, first of all, let's make this a little bit bigger so that we can see it better. I certainly don't want anybody to not be able to read what's on the screen. Okay, so over at this TryHackMe room, this is what we're going to be using to learn about reverse shells and bind shells and terminals in general. So there are two virtual machines that we need to start up to do this room. So the first one is over here, the attack box. We can go ahead and click on this link at the top of the page that is labeled Start Attack Box. So after that, we're going to navigate down. We're going to navigate down in the room, and then under Task 1, there's another link over here that's labeled Start Machine. So what we want to do is we want to click on the button that says Start Machine over here, and then that's going to start up the virtual machine that's associated with this room. So the reason I picked this room is because this room is one of the rare rooms in TryHackMe where you can start up a machine with a desktop interface, and that along with their own, well, that along with the attack box is going to give us two virtual machines with desktop environments, and that's going to make it a little bit easier for us to set up our reverse shells. So we need to wait about a minute and a half for these machines to completely load up. But in the meantime, what can we do? Well, I've got some bird videos. I don't know if you know this, but I really love my my bird feeder and my bird bath, and I feature these birds whenever we've got a little bit of time to spare. And since we're waiting for these virtual machines to start up, we can watch the bird videos while we're waiting for this over here to load. But yeah, these are great little birds. These are Stellar Jays, and they're basically the West Coast versions of Blue Jays. They look a little bit like a mix between regular old Blue Jays and crows, and they're about as smart and cute as regular Blue Jays as well. They come around to the bird feeder, and they love feasting on these peanuts and seeds. I leave them out every day. And if anybody thinks that this is a bird-focused channel, I apologize. But this is just one of my passions, and we're just waiting for the virtual machines to load up before we can get going. All right, so let's put the birds away because the virtual machine is just about done. Okay, so. Cyberner Dante, thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet. All right, so we're talking about reverse shells and bind shells and terminals and stuff today. If you want to play along, then you can navigate to this link over here. So we're going to be working with two virtual machines today. There's going to be one that's associated with this room over here. This is a virtual machine environment with a desktop. And the first thing we want to do is we want to navigate to the bottom here, and we want to click on View in Full Screen. So the web page is split in half. We need to go to the bottom in the middle and click on this View in Full Screen button over here. After we do that, we're going to see that this machine desktop is going to take up the entire screen in this browser tab, and that's what we want. Next, we need to go back to our TryHackMe page, and we need to click on the THM attack box. So there are two different tabs for virtual machines here. Click on THM attack box, and that's going to bring up the attack box desktop environment. And over here, we're also going to click on this button over here at the bottom of the screen. That's labeled View in Full Screen. So after you do that, we're going to have two different virtual machines from TryHackMe in full screen. So two different desktop environments. Let me turn down the music a little bit. Okay. All right. So we've got the attack box over here. We know this is the attack box because the desktop background is this kind of bluish color. So it goes from bluish to greenish over here. And the other virtual machine that we're working with is this this other TryHackMe desktop environment where there's this white stripe in the middle. So this desktop environment with the white stripe in the middle, this is going to be our victim machine. So when we're talking about reverse shells, we're basically talking about how to break into different computers. So we're going to be breaking into this computer. This is just a simulation. We're not actually doing any illegal hacking or anything bad, just so you know. And so the first thing we want to do is we want to open up a couple of terminals on each one of these virtual machines. So on this TryHackMe victim machine, there's going to be a desktop shortcut over here at the top of the screen, located over to the left-hand side. And this is going to be labeled Terminal Editor. Go ahead and click on that. And that's going to open up a terminal. So this is a CLI interface. And we want to make this bigger. So we can actually make it bigger by doing Control, Shift, and plus on the keyboard. And that's going to make the text bigger. We want to make this nice and big so that we can read all the text that's going on the screen. We're going to repeat the process over at the Kali Linux machine. So we're going to go over to our other tab where we have our Kali Linux. Oh, sorry, this is not a Kali Linux machine. This is a attack box. So this is the TryHackMe attack box. But anyways, we want to open up a terminal in here as well. So there's a terminal shortcut over here. Go ahead and click on that. So that's going to be located at the top of the screen over to the left-hand side. And it's beside the Firefox icon over here. So we're going to make this terminal nice and big too. So that's Control-Shift+. Okay. So we've got our two terminals over here. So this one is the attack box, which is going to be our attacking machine. And we've got one over at the other machine that we started up, and this is going to be the victim machine or the target machine. Let's call it the target machine. Victim machine seems it seems to be a bit colored, so we're just going to call this the target machine. This is the machine that we want to break into using the attack box. So first of all, we're going to talk a little bit about terminals. So inside our terminal over here, we've got a number of different functions. So if I take a look inside this terminal here, we've got a bunch of different directories, and we've got some files over here. Remember that we can, if we wanted to read a file, we could start typing in the name of the file that we wanted, and then hit the tab key to do autocomplete. So, oh, this is a directory. That's strange. It seems it's not colored like a directory, but okay, sure, why not? Another great thing about the terminal is that you can press up and down on your arrow keys to get your command history. So that's another great a great feature of terminals. But we'll talk a little bit more about the functions of terminals a little bit later. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to set up our listening connection. So in the case that we want to break into a computer, first of all, the preferred way to do it is to set up a reverse shell connection. So a reverse shell connection is basically where the attacker machine sets up a listening connection on their own device, and then they somehow find a way to have the victim machine connect back to the attacker machine, and then give the attacker machine access that way. So that's why it's called a reverse shell connection. It's because the victim, or sorry, the target machine contacts the attacker machine and starts the connection. So the way we do this is we would go over to our attacker machine, and in the attacker machine, we'd start up a listener. So we're going to use netcat to start up this listening device. We're going to use the netcat program with these different arguments over here. So no DNS lookup, listening, verbose, and port number. So after that, we're going to specify a port to use. So in the real world, there are certain ports that we want to use, but for this demonstration, we're just going to use the port 8888 because it's pretty memorable. Anyways, so after we give this command over here, we're going to have a listening device on our attack box machine. So go ahead and give this command, and then it says listening on 00008888. So 000 means that it's listening on all of its different networking interfaces, and 8888 is the port number that it's listening on. So after that, if we go over to our target machine, we can make a connection. So we can make a reverse shell connection back to our attacking machine. And the way we do that is by we could use a number of different reverse shell commands. And if you're interested in taking a look at a bunch of different reverse shell commands that we can use to get a reverse shell connection, you can go over to this site over here. It's called revshells.com. So this is a very useful website that I use all the time when I do my CTF exercises. And basically, it gives you a list of different reverse shell commands that use different technologies. So we can specify which OS we want to use. For example, we could use Linux, we could use Windows, or we could use Mac OS, depending on what the OS of the target machine is. So in this case, it's Linux. So we're just going to select Linux, and there are a lot of different ways we could set up reverse shell connections, but there are a few different ways that I prefer. So the first way is a very simple way, and that's using the bash command. So if we go ahead and click on bash I over here, then it's going to give us this command over here. There are a couple of different variables that we need to plug in here. So first of all is the port number, and in this case it's 8888. And we also need to supply the IP address of the attacking machine. So we can get the address of the attacking machine over at TryHackMe over here, and actually over in the address bar at the top, at the end, near the end over here, you're going to see this this URL parameter called IP. What we can do is we can just copy all of the IP address over here, and then highlight it all, and then copy it. Then go over to the RevShells site over here. We can highlight IP and then paste in our IP that we got from TryHackMe. So this is the command right over here. So this is all set up for us. We can just copy the entire command over here, and then go over to our target machine, which is this one over here. And then in here, we can paste in the command. So we probably can't paste in the command. Yeah. What we need to do is we need to go over to the control panel for the machine, which is located to the left of the machine, to the left-hand side, and then in the middle over here. So this button over here, click on that, and then click on the clipboard over here. After you click on that, click into the clipboard, and then paste in the command that you got from the RevShells website. Okay? So after that, we can click on this button over here to hide the control bar. And then we can go back to the terminal, and then Control-Shift-V to paste in our command. So what this is going to do is this is going to use the bash terminal to use the shell, the SH program, and then it's going to connect out to our attacking machine, which is at this IP address over here on this port, using the special Linux TCP command. It's going to pipe out our input, and it's going to redirect it into the output. So both of these data streams are going to be combined, that enables us to run commands. Anyways, let's give the command, and you're going to see that the command doesn't resolve, which means that this program is still running. If we go over to our attacker machine, we see that our netcat listener that was listening on port 8888, it got a connection. So it says connection received from this IP address, and this is the IP address of the victim machine, sorry, the target machine, on this port right over here. Okay, so if we ask who am I, it says we are Ubuntu. So this is the we're now connected to the target machine. So over here it says Ubuntu is the name of the user, but on our attacker machine, if we ask who am I, it says we are Ubuntu. So we're connected to this machine right now. So let's prove that we have access to this machine. So we see here that this is the desktop, and there's a Wireshark desktop shortcut. Let's go ahead and go over to CD home Ubuntu and then desktop. Okay, from there we see that there is a analysis directory. I think this is a directory, and then there's a Wireshark.desktop. This is probably the Wireshark desktop icon over here. Okay, so we're connected. Great. So from here we have access to the target machine file system. Okay, because we have a reverse shell connection, and okay, we can clear. Great. So because we created this this connection with netcat, it actually is not super functional. There are a number of different things we cannot do with this netcat shell. We cannot do history commands. We cannot do file autocomplete. So if I wanted to do Wireshark and then press tab for autocomplete, it doesn't do autocomplete. That's because the netcat shell is not very functional. So what we can do is we can try to upgrade our shell slightly, first by using the Python program. So we can find out what version of Python exists on the server. So which Python or which Python 3. So we've got Python 3 on the server. We can give this command to upgrade our shell slightly. So it's going to be Python 3 and then -c to give the command, and then our command is going to be in between these single quotes. The command is going to be import the pty module, and then from the pty module we're going to spawn a bin bash shell. So it's important. Oh, I misspelled this. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and. So the one thing that we have to know about hacking is that if you misspell something, you don't get to hack. So pty.spawn, and then in the quotes bin bash, just like this. Okay. So when we give this command, we're going to have a slightly more usable shell. So we see here now that we have a prompt. So we've got our prompt with our username and our IP address over here. That's great, but it's still not a completely functional shell. So there are ways of making our shell even more functional, but it goes a little bit beyond the scope of today's task. Today we're just learning about how to create these shells. But anyways, okay. So this was one command that we used to create the reverse connection. We're going to exit, and then we're going to create a reverse connection with another method. So we're just going to exit from here, and then we're going to exit from here again. So notice that the first exit exited from the Python sudo shell, and the next exit is going to exit from the netcat shell. Okay, so now our prompt is root at the attack box. So now we're using the attack box's file system. Okay, we're going to set up our netcat listener again on port 8888. Actually, let's clear before we do that. Let's clear. And then we're going to set up our netcat listener again. Okay, we're listening again on port 8888, and we're going to use another method to create a reverse shell. So over at the target system, over here at the target system, we see that now this command is resolved, and why it resolved is because we closed the connection on the attacker side, on the attack box's side. But now we're going to give another command to start up the reverse shell connection. So this time we're not going to use the SH program. Instead, we're going to use netcat. So over at the revshells.com website, we've got our previous configuration here. And this time we're going to scroll down, and we're going to use the nc make FIFO command over here. So this is basically netcat, but with the named pipes. So named pipes are basically processes that we can pipe input and output through, and they're very useful, especially for stuff like moving data around. So we've got the command over here. It already has the port that we want and the IP that we want in the command. So let's before we give this command, I'm just going to talk about what exactly the command is comprised of. Okay, let's make this nice and big. Can we click off of this? Okay, this is better. All right, so the first part of the command is inside of the temporary directory. We're going to make sure that there's no file called f, because we're going to be creating a file called f in here. So this is the first part of the command. The second part of the command makes use of the make named pipe command, which is mkfifo, make FIFO, I guess. And it's going to create a named pipe, which is something we're going to be piping all of our stuff through inside of this directory right here, which is tempf. This is why we needed to delete the file in case it existed. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to read the file that we created, this named pipe, with the cat command. And we're going to pipe it into a shell program, which is this one right here, sh-i, which is interactive. And we're going to put all of our error messages, we're going to redirect those into the standard output, which means we're going to be able to see error messages. If we don't do this, we're not going to be able to see error messages from our reverse shell. And then we're going to pipe that again into netcat, and we're going to connect to our attacker machine. So this is the attacker machine's IP address and the attacker machine's port, and we're going to redirect all of this into the named pipe, which means that we're going to create the named pipe, and then we're going to put all sorts of input and output through the named pipe. That's the summary of this command. So let's copy it, and then let's go back to our target machine. And in the target machine, we're going to, we need to go over to the control panel and copy the command over. So over here, we're going to delete the previous command, paste in the new command, and then close out the clipboard. And then in the terminal, we're going to paste in. So we can also paste in using right click and then paste. Okay, so we see here, cannot remove tempf, no such file or directory. That's fine, because the rest of the command went through, and we can see that the process is still running because we don't have a prompt over here. If we go over to our attacker machine, okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch right now. So we're going to take a little 90-second break while the ads run on Twitch. Ads are mandatory on Twitch, and I don't have any control over it. But during the break, we're not going to do anything new, and we're going to watch some birds having a little bath, which means everybody wins. So just until the ads run out on Twitch, we're going to watch these birds have a little bath. And I'm going to take a little sip of water. Just a second, everybody. So everybody, if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we're doing in today's demonstration, please let us know in the chat. Because, well, you know, if you have any questions about anything that we're doing, I'm very happy to answer questions from anybody in the community. And if you're new, go ahead and tell us that you're new, and we can give you a little video redeem. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so the ads are done on Twitch, so we're going to go back to what we were doing. This guy's having the time of his life. We might watch the bird bath a little bit more during the next break. Anyways, so we see that after we gave this this command with the netcat named pipe method of reverse shell connection, over at our attacker machine, we received a connection from the IP address again. Okay. So remember that this is a reverse shell. The attacker machine is setting up a listener, and we're having the target machine reach out to the attacker machine, and that's why this is called a reverse shell. So from here, this is very similar to the other command that we gave to open up the reverse shell. We have access to the to this machine. If we ask who am I, it says we're the Ubuntu user, and we're now connected to this machine over here. Okay, so what else? We can also get the host name for the machine, and I guess the host name for the machine is just IP address this over here. Okay, great. All right, so that was two different commands that we can use to get reverse shell connections from two different machines that are on the same network. Okay, so from here, what we're going to do is we're gonna talk about the other type of shell connection that we can get, and that's the bind shell connection. So bind shells are not very common, are not very commonly used, and there's a few different reasons why bind shell commands are not commonly used as opposed to reverse shells. So you're gonna hear a lot about reverse shells. You're not gonna hear very much about bind shells because bind shells are not super practical. And let me exit from here. So, oh, did it not let me exit? Okay, now we're exited. Great. All right, so we're back. We're no longer connected to the target machine over here. Okay. So the reason why, so if a reverse shell is having the target machine reach out to the attacker machine to make a connection, then a bind shell is having the target machine open up a port on its own machine and then having the attacker machine connect to that port. The reason why this isn't done very often is because there are usually a lot of different things getting in the way of bind shells being opened up. And the first thing is that if you open up a shell from the target machine, then it is open to be interacted with from all sorts of other devices. So opening up a port on your own on the target machine creates kind of a security risk, and that's one of the reasons why it's not done. The other reason why bind shells are not used so much is because often there are rules in place that there are rules against having specific ports being open on the network. So on your target machine, you might not be able to open up a networking connection on a specific port because it's only going to allow certain ports to be open on the network. So, but with that being said, let's talk about what commands we would give to start up a bind shell. So we have to start a bind shell from the target machine, and we can use this command over here. Some Flavor says, "Nice! Thank you very much for joining in on YouTube, Some Flavor." And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? It's a fun meme from the past. Okay, so when we're talking about bind shell commands, we can actually go over to our revshells.com site again, and then we're going to switch from this tab over here called reverse to this tab over here called Bind. So we can click on that, and let's see. Some Flavor says, sorry for missing out on the videos, man. I enjoy them being focused on AI. Focused on AI agent systems. Huh. Can you elaborate about these AI agent systems? It sounds very interesting. Okay, so over at revshells.com, if we click onto this this bind tab over here, we can actually find the commands to create bind shells. So for example, if we wanted to use netcat for bind, I enjoy your videos. Oh, okay, that's great. That's great. Nice to hear. If you have any suggestions for future videos, please let me know, because I like to take suggestions from the audience. So we can click on NC bind over here, and we see here that there's another. So this bind shell command actually makes use of the named pipes. So it's gonna set up a listener from netcat. Remember, so in the reverse shell connection case, we have the netcat listener on the attacker machine, but in this case, with the bind shell, the netcat listener is going to be from the target machine. So we need to set this up. So port 8888, we need to set up the IP address. So the target machine IP address is not this. So we're going to go over to our target machine, and we're going to copy the IP address from the address bar over here. So let me copy that. Okay, so we're just going to copy that and then go back to the RevShells website. We're going to paste in our IP address, which is this, and then we're going to copy the command over here. So because we pasted in the IP address, actually wait, we don't need to, sorry, we don't need to have our target machine IP address here, because this is a listener, and the listener doesn't matter what the IP address is. So let's copy this command. Sorry everybody, I don't set up bind shells very often. But anyways, let's go back to our target machine here. We're going to open up the clipboard and paste in the bind shell command, and then we're going to paste it in. So this is yeah. So this should be listening right now. So we use the netcat named pipes method again to create a listener that's going to pipe out all of the input and output through the netcat command into this named pipe, and then it's going to start up a listener and it's going to listen for an incoming connection. So after that, we're going to go over to our attacker machine, and the process for connecting to a bind shell is actually very simple. All we need to do is we need to do netcat and then the IP address of the target machine. And the IP address of the target machine is over here. Let me copy it. And then go over and paste this in. Okay. Oops. Okay, so we give this command over here, and we supply the port number where the listener is. So the listener is on port 8888. That's what we set it up as. And we're using netcat to connect to this IP address, which is the target machine, with this port number. So we can just give that command, and then we now have a shell. If we ask who am I, it says we are the Ubuntu user, which is the user over at the target machine over here. So we see over here there's no connection message, but we created a listening port on the target machine, and then from the attacker machine we connected to that port, and this is the bind shell. So once again, I'll reiterate that I've only ever used bind shells in very, very controlled educational environments like this. I've never used it in an actual CTF, because everybody tells me that reverse shells are just so much better. Okay. All right, so some flavor says how I've been focused on AI agent systems building with AutoGen Studio 0.4. It's a UI to build AI agent systems that can do business process automation. Think of a team that can use the terminal and perform commands. That's what I guess is the end of the message. It sounds very interesting, but yeah, maybe we can talk about it a little bit later. Let's see. Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch, PCUATO. Please tell me how to pronounce your name, PCUATO, because otherwise I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. But welcome to the stream, and you can get a Nyan Cat too. Okay, thanks for all the Linux videos. I've switched from Windows 11 to Pop OS now. It's been great. Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun you can have by switching your main OS from Windows over to Linux. Of course, both Linux and Windows have their own ups and downs, pros and cons. But Linux is great. Yeah. Okay, so as usual, we can upgrade our shell right now from our netcat shell to something a little more usable by using Python. So the Python command, as usual. Sorry, I shouldn't say as usual. There are a lot of people who haven't learned this before. Okay, so it's Python 3, whatever Python that you're using. The command is same between Python 3 and Python 2. You're going to import the pty, the pseudo terminal module, and then pty.spawn, the bin bash terminal. And then we have a slightly upgraded shell. So we have an actual prompt over here with our username. That's great. Okay, so now that we've connected with the bind shell once, we're going to connect with bind shell in another way. So we're going to exit over here. We're going to exit. So the first one exits from the Python shell. The next one exits from the netcat shell. And we're just going to wait for the process to stop. So if for some reason this is not ending, you can actually hit the Control-C keyboard shortcut, and that's going to terminate the process. So now we're back to using our attack box terminal. Okay. So on the target machine over here, we can see that that this process is finished, and we're back over here. So I'm going to demonstrate one more method of creating a bind shell, and that's going to be using Python. So we're going to go back to the RevShells website over here, and we're going to create a Python 3 bind. So we've got Python 3 on the target machine, which is good. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to do this. So we can click on Python 3 bind. And what we need to do is I'm not going to pretend that I can explain this whole Python 3 command over here. It's pretty long. Actually, it looks like we're running a command. We're importing the socket module, and then we're creating a socket object on all interfaces on port 8888, and then a bunch of other stuff over here. Anyways, we can just click the believe button. We can copy the command, and then we can go back to our target machine. And then on the target machine, we're going to paste in the command in the clipboard, and then we're going to paste this into the target machine terminal. Thank you very much for redeeming the Nyan Cat, Abby Yan. I don't know how to pronounce any of these names. If you could let us know how to pronounce your name, that would be a great help. Thank you, Abby Yan. Okay, so let's paste in that command. Control-Shift-V. So this is going to start up a bind shell. This creates a listening port on port 8888, and we can connect to it with our attack machine. Just AV works. Okay, so Avi Yan, you say that your name is AV. That's great. Thank you, and welcome to the stream, AV. Okay, so we've used Python to start up a listening connection from our target machine, and then we're going to connect to it by using our attacker machine. So this is the bind shell. We're creating our connection, our listening connection on the target machine. Then on the attacker machine, we can just do this command again. So we're just going to use netcat on this IP address here, and we're going to connect to port 8888. We run this again, and if we ask who am I, it says we're Ubuntu. So sometimes you will connect, but you won't see any prompt. You won't see anything here. It's just blank. But you can give a command, and then if you get something back, that means you have a working connection. So the thing here is that, remember I said that sometimes these netcat shells are very, very function sparse, to say the least. So we can't do command history with the up and down buttons, keys. We can't do tab autocomplete. So if we just try to do tab autocomplete, nothing really happens. And I don't think I can clear the screen with this one either. Oh, I can clear the screen. Okay. All right. So, of course, the first thing we want to do is we want to upgrade our shell, and we can use Python to do so. So we're just going to use that Python command again. Import pty, and then semicolon pty.spawn, the bin bash terminal. Oh, did that not work? Hold on. Oh, I think our connection broke. Okay, so if we go over to our target machine, so the target machine, the process is still going. But it looks like our terminal has become unresponsive. So remember that anytime your terminal becomes unresponsive, you can do Control-C to terminate the process. So now we're no longer connected to the victim machine. Let's try setting that up one more time. So sometimes these connections can be very spotty. I'm guessing that the Python 3 bind command is weaker than the netcat one. Okay, let's give that command one more time. So we've got our bind shell sitting here. And then we're going to connect back with our attacker machine. Who am I, Ubuntu? Let's try upgrading our shell with the Python shell upgrading command over here. Okay. Oh no, that's remember what I said, everybody? If you can't spell properly, you can't do the hacking stuff. So import pty.spawn bin bash. So this is especially bad for me because I make a lot of typos. Okay, so it looks like this command to create the bind shell is not very good, because it seems like we lose our connection after a few commands. So we're just going to leave this alone. Okay, so that was this was a little lesson on how to create reverse shells and bind shells from target machines, otherwise known as victim machines, to our attacking machine. If you have any questions about any of this stuff, please let us know in the comments, and we're going to be... Some flavor says that happens to the best of us. Well, sometimes you definitely want to find out which commands create a better connection, and avoid the ones that create a weak connection. So it looks like Python 3 is not the way to go. All right, so everybody, we're gonna be wrapping up. But thank you very, very much to everybody who watched this demonstration on how to create reverse shells and bind shells when doing network hacking exercises. So this is actually it's a pretty fundamental skill if you want to get better at doing network hacking. And this website over here, this is a very good resource for figuring out which commands you want to do. There were a few different commands that were my go-tos before, but I see that that you can create reverse shell commands with all sorts of different programs over here, and that's why I really like this website. But before the website existed, I used to keep a lot of notes on how to create reverse shells with all these different programs over here, and I had to look it up every time. But this is a very convenient way to just have it available wherever you are without having to look at your notes. Okay, so we're going to be moving on to our next piece of stream content in just a little bit. But if anybody has any questions or comments, or if you have any suggestions for future stream topics, go ahead and leave those in the chat, and I'll try to address those as best I can. Okay, so let's shut down our connections over here. So our target machine, we're going to go over to the web page and select terminate. So some flavor says, yes, I know what you mean. I've kept a lot in files, but now I store them inside of my anything LLM workspace. Oh, yeah, that's great. Anything LLM workspace. So you've got an LLM that's dedicated to just keeping your notes. That sounds like a pretty good. That sounds like a very handy thing. But what I recommend for taking notes is, well, there's GitHub over here. So I keep a lot of stuff over at GitHub, and you definitely want to keep your notes public. Well, no, it doesn't need to be public, but you want to have it in a publicly available space. Well, unless it's something super secret that you can't reveal to everybody else. GitHub is a pretty good choice. There's also Notion.so. Notion.so. And it's another site where you can keep notes and do a lot of file organization. And there's a free plan as well over here. Notion it's also used for collaboration on projects, but oh, it's Notion.com now. Okay, here you go. Here you go, everybody. But yeah, GitHub is well, everybody uses GitHub, and it's a pretty good place to keep your notes and different files for all of your software projects, and it's a great little place to keep all your stuff. Okay, so let's move on to our second piece of content for today's stream. And the second piece of content for today's stream is we're going to be doing some Linux challenges. So the Linux challenges we're going to do, I think I need to exit from these machines. Just a second. Okay, I think it's all done. So we're just going to get out of TryHackMe, and the CTF challenges that we're going to do are over at hackmyvm.eu on their SSH server. And if you're interested in doing these challenges yourself, then you can navigate to this page over here. Okay, so we're currently on level number 38 of this game. I think, yeah, we're currently on level 38, and this is the Julie level. And well, each one of these levels is named after a woman's name. So if anybody's interested in joining along with us, these are the credentials for the SSH account that we're going to be. Let's see. Some flavor says that's so awesome. HackMyVM is no, it's not. It is not my website. Don't tell anybody that I'm saying that it's my website. It's not my website. It's somebody else's website. But HackMyVM is this is just the game that we're going to be playing. It's hosted over here. But we're going to be using SSH to access the game, and we're going to be doing it from any terminal. You can use any terminal. You could use a Windows terminal if you're using Windows. That's fine. But let's. So we'll just use SSH to access the server. So the name of the user is Julie, and it's going to be at venus.hackmyvm.eu on port 5000. Whoops, 5000. So if you're interested, you can use this command to log in and play the game. Sunflavor says, okay, I see your profile. That's why I asked about the infamous Shy Hat Frog. Well, I don't know if it's infamous or not, but it's certainly the avatar I use. Okay, so this is the command we use to log in. It's going to be SSH as the Julie user to the venus.hackmyvm.eu server on port 5000, which is indicated over here. So it's going to ask us for a password, and I supplied the password and the username in the chat. So if you want to join in, you can go ahead and use those. Remember, you just have to remember one thing. When you're pasting into a Linux terminal, you have to use Control-Shift and V, not just Control-V. Of course, if you just want to avoid this altogether, you can just right-click and then select Paste. And then hit Enter. Okay. All right, so everybody, I'm going to be giving intro and outro messages for my YouTube videos because what I need to do is we've got ads starting in about a minute, so I'm going to be saying my hello everybody, we're doing a YouTube video, that kind of message at the start of all these levels, and I'm going to be saying a thank you for watching this video and see you next time kind of message at the end of each of these levels. Please don't be alarmed. These are just things I have to do because I need to turn this content into YouTube videos eventually. I hope everybody understands. Okay, so everybody, we're not going to start because we're not going to start yet because we've got ads coming in about a minute on Twitch. So I'm going to aim not to do stuff while ads are playing, but instead we can watch the birdos having their bath. So we're going to continue in about a couple of minutes because we've got ads coming up on Twitch. So everybody, just enjoy the birds for a couple of minutes. We'll be back in a bit. Alright everybody, we'll be back in about 90 seconds. The ads have started on Twitch. So everybody, so the people who are watching, if you could tell us where you heard about the stream, that would be great. I know some people are coming in from some of the different forums that I participate in, like Women's Society of Cyberjitsu or Black Girls Hack, or maybe even the Vancouver cybersecurity scene. If you could know where you're coming from and how you heard about the stream, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, let's switch out the video because it's finished. How about how about these ones? Here we go. So it's not just birds. Sometimes the squirrels come around and they capture the nuts as well. Okay, so we've got the ads are ending now, so let's get started. Alright everybody, so this is a guided walkthrough for the Julie level, otherwise known as level number 38 from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we want to do when we do any of these CTF levels is we need to read the mission.txt file over here to figure out what is going on in this level. So we can just use the cat command to read the mission.txt file, and it says here that the user Irene believes that the beauty is in the difference. So beauty in the difference, well, what does this mean? We've got two files over here. So there's number 1 and number 2. So let's see, Zergel says your YouTube number 1 is sucked me in. Did the first 15 last night, gonna do Julie, then backtrack later. Yeah, you can learn all sorts of great little Linux tricks by solving these CTF challenges. But Zorgel, welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got number 1 and number 2. If we take a look at number 1.txt, we've got a bunch of different passwords over here, so we don't know which one is the correct one. And if we take a look at 2.txt, it's the same thing. So what we need to do to finish this level is to figure out the difference between file number 1 and file number 2. So it just so happens that there's a great little command inside of Linux called diff, and you feed it 2 different pieces of input, and it's going to tell you what the difference is between these are. Actually, I think we can demonstrate. First, we can demonstrate diff, and maybe we can echo. And then how would we give it 2 arguments? Anyways, let's skip the demonstration. Let's just get to the point. So it's diff 1.txt, 2.txt, and it's going to tell us what is different between these 2 files. So when we give the command, we're going to see that between 1 and 2, that this is different over here. So this is the password for the next level. So to everybody keeping track at home, the Irene user is the next user. So Irene's password is this. So the difference was that this was turned into this, which means the original password was this. Okay. All right, so let's do a little after action report over at GitHub. So over at GitHub, whoops, this is not GitHub, this is ChatGPT. Just a second. Okay, so this is the Julie level. Let's edit it. Okay, so first of all, we need to figure out what the who the target user for the level is. So the target user for this level is the Irene user, and the method of solving this level was to figure out the differences between 2 files using the diff command, and the key command in this case was just diff 1.txt, 2.txt. Okay, so let's save that out. Alright everybody, so that was a guided walkthrough for the Julie level, otherwise known as level number 38, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment under the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! But we're not going anywhere. We're just recording an outro for a YouTube video. Thank you very much for understanding. Anyways, let's go back to what the level. and take a look at the next level. The next level is going to be the Irene level, so we're just going to get ready for that. And we're going to log in as Irene. So Irene is the next user. Let me grab Irene's password. Okay, so it seems like there's some complicated stuff in this next level. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Irene level from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So let's get started with the level. We need to read this mission.txt file over here. So what is going on? So it says the user Adela has lent her password to Irene. So the next user is the user Adela, and it says that they lent their password to Irene. So what does that have to do with? So it has to do with these three files. So there's three files over here: idrsa.pem, idrsa.pub, mission.txt, and pass.enc. So what this is we're dealing with decoding a certain encrypted file. So this pass.enc file here is a encrypted file that can only be opened if we access it with the idrsa pem file and the idrsa.pub file. So pub is the public key, and I do believe pem is the private key. So the first thing we need to do to finish this level is we need to copy all of these files over to a common directory, because we need to interact with them and write some new files. So what we can do is we can make a temporary directory in the temp directory on the server. So we can't write anything to the current directory we're in, which is the Irene home directory. So we need to write it to a new directory, and we're going to make one. So it's going to be called the Shy Hat, which is my name, and then Irene, which is the level we're on. So we're just going to make that directory, and then we're going to copy the idrsa.pem, idrsa.pub, and pass.enc files, and we're going to send them all over to the temporary the Shy Hat Irene directory. Okay, and now when we go to that directory, we should see the files over there. So let's go ahead and navigate to that directory with the cd command. Okay, so we've got the three files over here. So the way we would decrypt the file is by using the OpenSSL utility. So we're going to give this command. It's going to be OpenSSL public key utility. We're going to decrypt the key we're going to be using is the idrsa.pem, and we're going to also pass in the password.enc file that we want to decrypt, and the output file should be pass.txt. So we're going to decrypt the pass.enc file with the idrsa.pem key, and we're going to output the pass.txt file. So we're going to give the command, and we're going to see that the pass.txt file was created, which means we managed to decrypt the file and create this file called pass.txt. So let's read the file. And this is the password for the next level. So everybody who's keeping track at home, this is the Adela user. So Adela, their password is this. Okay. So let's get out of here, and let's do our after action report over at github.com. So let's edit the file. Okay. So this here, the target user is the Adela user. And the method of solve in this case was to decrypt a encoded file using a private key. And the key command in this case was this one over here. Let me copy paste. There you go. Okay, so we're going to commit the changes. And everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 39, otherwise known as the Irene level, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. Everybody, if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so let's move on. So the next level after Irene is, what is it called? So everybody, just in case you were wondering, there are 50 levels to this. There are 50 levels to this CTF lab, and after this CTF lab, there's another more difficult CTF lab to do as well. So if you're sad that there's going to be a limited amount of content for learning CTFs here, there's actually a lot here, because they've got the Venus CTF Labs, which has 50 levels, and they have the Hades CTF Lab, which is the more advanced version, which also has 50 levels. So we're probably going to be going through that after we finish the Venus Labs, but look forward to that. Okay, so let's log in as Adela. Adela. Okay, so this level is actually kind of interesting. We'll take a look. You'll find out very soon. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Adela level, otherwise known as level number 40, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So let's find out what we need to do in this mission by reading the mission.txt file. So it says here that the user Sky has saved her password to something that can be listened to. So listened to, that's that could be something very interesting. So along with our flag and mission files, we've got the WTF file. So we can actually find out what kind of file this is with the file command. And it says this is ASCII text. And it says something that can be listened to. So if we read the file with our cat command here, you might be able to, you might know right away what kind of code this is. These are dots and dashes, which are basically short, they're short tones and longer tones. And what this is Morse code. So we can copy this, and then we can use an online utility. We'll talk about a couple of different ways to, actually, we'll try doing it the easy way, and we'll see if we can solve it the hard way. And so the first thing we can do is we can go over to our good old Google search and search for something like Morse code online. So Morse code translator, it says Morse code world. Let's try out this. Let's see, we've got Matthew Welty on YouTube. It says, hello Matthew Welty, welcome to the stream. Have a hack the planet on me. Oh, I need to remember, everybody, if you don't spell correctly, you don't get to do the thing. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Matthew Welty says, I'm a big fan, by the way. Well, thank you very much. You must have watched my other YouTube videos. But welcome to the stream. If you have any questions, or if you have any comments, or anything else you want to ask, go ahead and ask it in the chat. Let's see. Some Flavor says, I didn't know there was Morse code translators. That's wild. Well, I mean, if you go and look, you can find all sorts of stuff that you never would have thought was out there. But we copied the Morse code, and we're just going to paste it in here. So this is a series of dashes and dots, and I'm not sure if I can play this So it looks like you can play this and get what the actual Morse code sounds like. It's just a bunch of tones, and the important part is that we have the output over here, and the output is pa 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 Papa Paradise. So this is the password for the next level. So the interesting thing about this output over here is that this needs to be lowercase, because the uppercase is not the so Morse code doesn't differentiate between uppercase and lowercase, but the password is actually lowercase, just in case you were wondering. Let's see. Matthew Welty says, yes, I was here yesterday when you were live streaming. Oh, well, I mean, I guess not yesterday, but Monday when I was live streaming. Dr. Sniper says, hey, I've seen you stream a couple times in the last month. I was wondering if you were doing InfoSec as your full-time job, if you don't mind disclosing what you do. So I previously did InfoSec work as a web app security tester, and I did that job for about 6 months before I realized that what I really wanted to do was cybersecurity education. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to develop some education programs and do live streams to teach people how to do basic security stuff. So I've decided to try to be a content creator, and that's why I'm going so big. I'm going so hard on Twitch and YouTube and stuff. But thank you very much for following Shivren on Twitch. Thank you very much. Have go to hack. I hope you go to hack and have a good time.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
All right. Hope everybody is having a great day wherever they are. So this is the password for the next level. It's Papa Paradise, but it needs to be lowercase. Papa Paradise, like this. So this is the password for the next user, which is the Sky user. So this is the password. Here you go. Dr. Sniper, do you create YouTube videos? I didn't know. Let's take a look at, well, I mean, Dr. Sniper, if you're okay with me showing your YouTube channel on the stream, then we'll take a look. But if you don't want us to take a look at your YouTube channel, then that's fine. I'll respect your wishes. But let us know. Thank you. Okay, so let's do a little after action report over at github.com over here. Over here. Okay. So our target user was the Sky user, and the method of solve in this case is to use a tool to decode the Morse code message. The key command, well, the key command was to use this website over here. There you go. Let's see. Dr. Sniper said that would be amazing that you could live out of it. I wish you the best. I don't mind you showing my channel at all. I don't have videos, only do live streams. Rediffusion though, trying to learn cybersecurity. Yeah, no. I think there needs to be more people in the cybersecurity space on YouTube and Twitch for sure. Let me just do my YouTube outro. Okay, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Adela level, otherwise known as level number 40, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so let's take a look at Dr. Sniper's YouTube channel. Let me copy your username, Dr. Sniper, just a second. It's a little bit tricky to spell. And let's... Okay, you are here, and you've got your awesome Guy Fawkes mask. Very hacker. All right, let's go ahead and click on the channel. And looks like we're doing live streams, right? We've got live streams. We've got and it looks like you were doing a lot of live streams a couple of months ago, and people were watching too. That's great. Yeah, awesome. But everybody, if you're interested in taking a look at Dr. Sniper's YouTube videos, then you can go ahead and do so over here. And yeah, great to see more cybersecurity content creators. Kirasek. That sounds familiar. Is that some sort of like online group? Interesting. Okay, so let's. I think we might have enough time to do a couple more challenges before we finish for today. Let's see. Okay. We've got some interesting challenges coming up. So the next user that we're going to be logging in as is the Sky user. Dr. Sniper says it's a Discord. I think it's a Discord. Oh, okay. But yeah. So if you want to drop the Discord link in the chat, then you know other people could go to it as well. If you're okay with that, I'm totally okay with people leaving links in the live chat, as long as the links don't lead anywhere weird or virus filled, because I do believe in people sharing all sorts of information. That's great. Okay, let's log in as the Sky user. Let's do it. Okay, let's get the Sky password. It's Papa Paradise, all lowercase, over here. MIN. It says permission denied. Did I not paste that in properly? Oh no, okay, we're in. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Sky level, otherwise known as level number 41 from the Venus CTF lab from hackmyvm.eu. Let's get started. So the first thing we want to do is we want to read the mission.txt file over here. So if we read mission.txt, it says user Sarah uses a header in HTTP localhost key.php. So what does this mean? They use a header. They're talking about the web page over here. So the web page is located at localhost key.php. We can actually copy this and we can access this only on the localhost, because this isn't hosted on the public web. It's only available to people on the server already. And what we can do is we can use curl to access this page. So curl with the double V means that it's going to be very verbose, which means we're going to get more output than we would normally. And we're trying to access this page over here, localhost / key.php. So this is a web page that exists only on the server and is not accessible to regular people. So we see here, these are the HTTP request headers. So there's host, there's user agent, and there's accept. And we get in return over here the server, the date, the content type, and the message on the page. It says key header is true. So this is a big hint right here. So what we need to do is we need to create an HTTP header that is called key, and the value has to be true. So how do we do this? So we can actually do it inside of curl. So inside of curl, we're going to specify a specific header with the -h argument over here, and we're going to specify a header called key, and we need to make sure that the value of the key header is true. So we just need to supply this extra header right here to the key endpoint. And everything else is the same, except that we sent this key header along with the request, and in return we got the password for the next level. So this is the password for the next user, and the next user is the Sarah user. So for everybody who's keeping track at home, this is the password for the Sarah user. Some Flavor says, Kirasek is awesome. They keep it professional. That's why I like them. No funny business from them. We're trying to do our best to make it accessible and nice for everybody. Yeah, well, I mean, this is... I didn't know that... I think Kirasek... There's somebody on Twitch who goes by the handle Kirasek. And Dr. Sniper, let me know if this person is actually affiliated with you all. So let's go to twitch.com. Oops, twitch.tv rather. And let's see if we can... I think there was someone called Kirasek. Yeah. Is this person affiliated with your group? So I'll leave the link for... So Kirasek is another content creator that is affiliated with the InfoSec Streams website. So if anybody's wondering where there are a lot of people who do YouTube and Twitch and cover InfoSec stuff, there's this list right here called InfoSec Streams. Raymond Lugo says, "Hey man, loving the content. Keep up the fantastic work you do." Thank you very much, Raymond Lugo, and thank you very much for coming to the YouTube stream. Have a Nyan Cat on me. So we've got well, okay. So this is a list of different live streamers who do InfoSec and cybersecurity content, and there's just a big list of people right here. So whenever they're online and doing either Twitch or YouTube, you're going to see them online over here with this green light, and I'm on, and Tanis is on, and Pwn College is on. So if anybody doesn't know, Pwn College is a website, is a cybersecurity education platform that is done by the University of Phoenix, Arizona, and it's actually a great platform. So if anybody's looking to learn cybersecurity, you can go to pwn.college. And here's a link over here. Dr. Sniper, yeah, Dr. Sniper is also on the list, is on the InfoSec Streams list. Dr. Sniper, there you are. Dr. Sniper Sec, right? You've got your YouTube. Wait, is there a different one? This is your page, right? Anyways, if it's not, let me know, and But Pwn College, this is another great website for learning about cybersecurity. In particular, if you want to learn about binary exploitation and reverse engineering, this is a great site to sign up for, and everything here is free. Unfortunately, they don't let anybody do live stream of any of their materials, so that's why I don't cover this site in any of my videos. But it's still a great site for learning cybersecurity stuff. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to our challenges. Yeah, this is your YouTube page. Okay, great. Okay. All right, let's go back. Let's get back to it. So the next, I think. Oh no! Wait! Hold on. I haven't done my. Let's see. This is the Sarah level. Actually, wait. Okay, we need to log into the Sarah level. I'm getting a little bit confused. Anyways, let's exit from here and let's log in as Sarah. Oh, there's a break going on right now. Sorry, there's a break going on Twitch. There's a ad break going on Twitch right now. So we're just gonna chill out for a little bit and watch some bird videos. Here you go. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just a sec. All right, we're back in about 10 seconds. Let's see. Wow, this is a long video. Okay, let's get back to it. All right, so we're going to log in as the Sarah user. Okay. And what is Sarah's password? Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Sarah level, otherwise known as level number 42, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. So the first thing we need to do when we enter one of these levels is read the mission file, and it says the password of Mercy is hidden in this directory. So we're going all the way back to the very first level of this game, and in the first level of this game, we need to look at a hidden file. So if I do lsla, can anybody tell me what the hidden file is in this directory here? So it's actually kind of sneaky, and it's something that you might miss if you're not looking very closely. Okay, so John Dodal. John, how do you pronounce? Is it John Dodal or John Doodal? Is it Doodal or Dodal or something else? Please let me know. But yeah, you're correct. It is the triple dot file over here. So this is actually something that I do every once in a while when I want to hide my files or directories. I create a directory called triple dot, and sometimes people don't spot this because it just looks kind of like noise sometimes. It's neither. Okay. If you let me know how to pronounce your name, then maybe I can pronounce your name correctly. But yeah, it's fun learning what everybody's username is. But thank you very much. Let's read the triple dot file over here. Actually, first of all, let's identify this. So triple dot is ASCII text. All we need to do is read it by reading triple. Can we just do cat triple dot? We can. Okay, that's great. So let's copy the password, and this is the password for the Mercy user over here. So this is Mercy and this password. Okay, let's get out of here and let's do our after action report over at github.com. John D says, I'm confused. How did you cat a directory? So this is not a directory. So if it was a directory, it would have the D over here, but this is a file. If we take a look at it in lsla, it doesn't have the D over here, and we were able to run the file command on it, and it was identified as ASCII text, which means it was just a regular file. So that's hope that answers your question. Okay, so for level number 42, the target user was the Mercy user, and the method of solve was read the hidden file named triple dot, and the key command to solve the level is just cat, well, it's lsla and then cat triple dot, like that. Which I think we can make this so if anybody is interested in keeping notes, an interesting thing a good thing to learn how to do is to do Markdown. So Markdown is a pretty standard way of keeping notes in a purely, and doing text formatting in a purely in a, well, I would say command line interface, but it's not always command line interface. But you're able to get different formatting from just giving a couple of well, they're not super easy. You have to learn these commands. Anyways, if I commit these changes, this stuff turns into something that is a little bit, we can make larger text, and we can give code blocks like this. Markdown is a very cool thing to learn how to do if you want to keep notes. But anyways, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 42, otherwise known as the Sarah level, from the Venus CTF Labs on hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, so everybody, you know what? What time is it right now? We might have enough time to do the entire, all the rest of the levels for this, for the Venus CTF. Because there are only 8 levels left, and some of these next levels are actually very short. So let's see if we can get all the way to the end, which is level 50. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, so the next level is the... Hold on. Next level is the Mercy level. Okay. Let me copy that password. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Mercy level, otherwise known as level number 43 from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. Let's get started by reading the mission.txt file here. So here it says, user Mercy is always wrong with the password of Paula. It says always wrong with the password of Paula. So this actually doesn't tell us very much. So what we need to do is we need to take a look at a closer look at what is inside Mercy's home directory here. So we're just going to do ls-la to see everything in the directory. And there's actually something in here that we haven't seen in the other home directories. Can anybody spot what it is? There's something in here that can give us a lot of information about what this user was doing previously. If you can spot it, let us know in the chat. It's one of these files. So Young Kzen Power says 3 roots. 3 roots? Well, okay, so some of these files are owned by root. That's true. Cybernerd Dante has it correct. He says there's the bash history. So this is actually something you might want to take note of if you want to do other CTF challenges that that occur on like Linux systems. So bash history is something you can get a lot of information from if you're able to see it with your user login. So the bash history, we have access to this. We can read it because we're in the Mercy group and we're the Mercy user. But thank you very much for pointing that out, Cybernerd Dante. And what we can do is we can read this history file. Actually, we can either use the cat bash history, or we can just type history in the command line. So either one of these is going to get us our command history, but we see here that we've got, which commands, which one is probably the password for the next level? So this person, the note said that they were getting Paula's password wrong. So this command over here, switch users to Paula, and then a string. This is a pretty good indication that this might be a password. So to everybody who is keeping track, this is Paula's password. Cybernerd Dante says, I'm curious as to what is in the etc logs. That's probably it might be another flag, you know what? Okay. Let's take a look in there. Huh, there's nothing in here. That went nowhere. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, so that file, yeah, that file just doesn't exist. That's weird. But yeah, so we were able to, yeah, that was a rabbit hole. All right, so everybody, let's go over how we got the password for this level. This was the Mercy level. Okay, so who was the target user for this level? The target user was the Paula user, and the method of solve for this level is access the user's command history. And the key command in this case was just the history command. We could also use we could also do the cat cat.bash underscore history command as well. Okay, let's commit those changes. Alright everybody, so this was a guided walkthrough for level number 43, otherwise known as the Mercy level, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, so let's log into the next level. So let's exit from here. And then we're going to log in as the Paula user. And Paula's password, let me grab that. Oh, this one is another fun little level. And everybody who's watching, if you can spot how to solve the level, please let us know. Okay, this is a guided walkthrough for the Paula level from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. Let's read the mission.txt file and figure out what we need to do. So mission 44, the user Carla trusts me, she is part of my group of friends. So there is everything we need to figure out this challenge in this sentence right here. Carla trusts me, she's part of my group of friends. What is the command we need to do to figure out what the password is for this level? Groups Carla. So we need to figure out, yeah. So Cyberner Dante is on the right path. So we need to figure out what the groups are for these particular users. So is this a command? I didn't know that groups was a command. Carla is only in the Carla group, it seems. But if we take a look at our own group permissions, our own group memberships, I guess it would be called memberships. So we can see here that Paula, our user, is in the Paula group and is also in the hidden group. So if you use ID, so this is something that you also need to get used to when you're doing CTF challenges, is you need to figure out what groups your current user is part of. And in this case, they're part of a non-standard group over here. And what we can do is we can find out which files this hidden group has access to. So we can just do find on the entire file system, and we can look for files that belong to the hidden group, and we're just going to put all of the error messages into the dev null device, and let's see what shows up. So it looks like this is the only file that is part of this hidden group. It's the Carla file, so let's read that. So this is the password. So it's the password for the Carla user. This is it. So we were able to find it because we found out that our current user is part of a non-standard group called hidden with the ID command. So to everybody keeping track at home, Carla's password is this. Okay, let's get out of here and let's do an after action report over at github.com. This is level number 44. Okay, so who is the target user? So the target user in this level was the Carla user, and the method of solving this level is we need to figure out what group memberships our user has. And there was a couple of key commands. So there was the ID command. There's the ID command, and there was find group hidden. So basically the find command that finds all of the files that are owned by the hidden group over here. Okay, so let's commit those changes. Alright, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for level number 44, otherwise known as the Paula level, from the Venus CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment under the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, everybody, I think it might be a bit of a slog to work through all 6 of the remaining levels, so we're gonna save the remaining 6 levels for the next stream. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna shift gears and we're gonna work on our challenge today. So everybody, I might need your help, and if anybody has any suggestions for what we should do in our next challenge, please let us know in the chat, because I really appreciate everybody's experience, because you might know something that I don't. And what we're gonna do for our last challenge of the day is we're gonna do a CTF challenge over at hackmyvm.eu, and the machine that we're going to be working on today is called the Driftingblues6 machine. So this is a series of challenges. This is a series of challenges called Drifting Blues. This is number 6 in the series, and it's created by this guy over here, who really likes blues, and he's got a picture of Eric Clapton as his avatar, and he's created a lot of machines on this, a lot of challenge machines on this website. So he's well, I assume it's a he. I don't know, but they've created a lot of challenges over here. So we're going to be doing one of these challenges, which is the Driftingblues6 machine, and I've got it deployed to my VM network, and I've got it running right now. So let's start this. Okay, so this is the Drifting Blues challenge. I haven't seen this challenge before, so there's a very real possibility that I'm going to get stuck while I'm doing this challenge, and I might need everybody's help to get unstuck. Anyways, so the first thing we want to do when we do this challenge is we need to figure out where the machine is. So we can figure out where the machine is on the network by using an nmap command like this. So this is going to perform what is called a ping sweep, which is basically figuring out which machines are responding to ping packets on this particular network range. So we're going to run the command, and we're going to find that this is our IP address. So our attack box, which is the Kali Linux box, this is our IP address. This is the gateway, because this is the first address in the list. And I'm not too sure what these 2 devices are, but this is the device that we need to target, because the MAC address is associated with VirtualBox. So these 2 are virtual machines, and this is the only machine on the network that is up right now, so we're going to hack this box. So 10.02.100, pretty easy to remember. We're going to run another nmap command on this server, and we're going to scan all the ports. We're just going to scan very verbose, and we're going to scan with 4 threads, which is kind of fast, but not too fast. And we're going to run common scripts and versioning information for all the services we find on this IP address. So let's run the nmap command. Okay, there's only one port. Okay, so this box, because there's only one port open on the box, this tells us one important thing. We're gonna need to hack the web app that's on port 80 in order to get access to the box. So this is running the HTTP service. It's an Apache web server with this software version right here. So 2.2.22. This seems like a weird choice, and it's not exactly up to date. So actually, I could take a look and see if this version of Apache software is vulnerable to any software exploits or known software exploits. So I'm going to keep that in mind. One other thing that we get is that the HTTP title here is Drifting Blues, and there's a robots.txt entry over here that we should investigate. Text pattern, text pattern. So we're going to investigate that next. The first thing I want to do is make a few more terminal tabs. We're going to search exploit for Apache, this version right here, and see if there's any software exploits. So there's no software exploit for this particular version. Maybe 2.2. Okay, there is something for 2.2, but we know that this version is 2.2.22, which is already kind of up there. Huh. There's a remote buffer overflow for... No, this is not version 2.2. Dang, okay. 2.2.15. Reverse proxy security bypass. I don't think we can use any of this. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just going to go over to... Actually, before we do manual enumeration, there are a couple of other tools that I like to run. So the first tool that I like to run is the dirb tool. Dirb is a very simple endpoint fuzzer, and this is going to tell us what endpoints exist on the system or what directories. It uses a very small list, but sometimes it's able to get some... Ooh, we've got CGI bin. So when I see CGI bin, I think of one particular exploit. If anybody knows what that exploit is, please let us know in the chat. Okay, so in addition to CGI bin, we also got DB, I guess that stands for database, in index.html. Let's see, Cyberner Dante has exactly what I was thinking of. It's shell shock. So we're gonna have to test this box for shell shock vulnerability. Sunflavor says, did you know anything about SE Linux? I was watching a DARPA podcast and they talked about it being the future of cybersecurity. They also said that they took a system to DEF CON and nobody was able to hack it. SE Linux. So we've got time to take a look. What is SE Linux? I've never heard of it. Actually, I think I might have heard the term before. It's Security Enhanced Linux, a Linux kernel security module that provides a mechanism for supporting access control security policies, including mandatory access controls, otherwise known as MAC. SE Linux. There's a Wikipedia article on it as well. If anybody's interested, this is the Wikipedia article. So it looks like they've been working on this for about 24 years. Okay. No, this is interesting. I've never heard of this project before, but it's something I definitely need to do a bit of research on in the future. Okay, but thank you for bringing that to our attention. Some flavor, thank you. Okay, so we've got robots.txt, server status, text pattern files, text pattern images, text pattern, text pattern. Okay, so they've got files. What is this application? It seems kind of weird. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to leave this over here, and in another tab, we're going to run a Nikto scan. So Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. It's kind of old, but since this is since we might be dealing with shell shock on this system, I'm going to use Nikto because it's pretty good at scanning for shell shock. So let's take a look at what might be here. Robots.txt file, okay. We're going to leave this running for a little bit, and we're going to go over to, we're going to use GoBuster. So GoBuster is a very popular directory busting tool, and we need to give GoBuster some file extensions. So we're going to look for PHP, we're going to look for HTML, zip files, we're going to look for script files, or actually CGI. Actually, wait, CGI, what file extension are CGI bin scripts? Let me do a quick ask from ChatGPT. So, what file extensions does CGI bin use for scripts? So .bin, okay, so .bin or .pl, I think they're Perl scripts also. CGI, Python scripts. Oh, okay, so it could be any of these script file extensions. PHP, PY, PL, CGI, okay. Let's look for these different file extensions. So CGI, PL. You can look for Python scripts as well. I've never come across Python scripts for shell shock before, but anything's possible. We've got Shivran, thank you very much for suggesting that it could be .bin. Let's try .bin. Sure, why not? And we need to adjust our URL over here. Let's do that. Okay. We've got the database directory. No worries, no worries. They could be .bin files as well. So we've got a robots directory as well. Spammer.zip. I'm glad I put my .zip over here. Spammer.zip. That's funny. Okay, let's take a look at the at this website. This could be a very interesting website, everybody. So HTTP 10.02.100 scammer. Wasn't that the name? Spammer, not scammer. It was spammer. Okay, let's look at the spammer endpoint. And it gave us this spammer.zip file. So let's copy it over to our current directory. Okay, so that's going to be copy, downloads, spammer.zip into our current directory. Okay, so we're going to unzip spammer.zip. Oh, we need a password. Creds.txt. That's fun. Okay. So we don't know what the password is. We could try brute forcing this. So this zip archive is protected by a password. So we're going to try brute forcing it with John the Ripper. So the first thing we need to do when we want to crack a hash for a zip file is we need to use a utility called zip2john. and that's going to extract the hash from the zip file. So we're going to run it on spammer.zip, and we're going to redirect that output to spammer.hash. Okay, so after that, we're going to run John the Ripper. So it's just going to be John with the rocky.txt word file. Let's see, the password list rather, and we're going to run it on spammer.hash. Okay, so let's see if we can crack the password for this zip file over here. It's going to run it in the background. Ooh, that was very fast. So we got this password over here, myspace4. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use this to break into the spammer.zip file. So unzip spammer.zip, provide the password, and we get the creds.txt file. Mayor Lionheart. Okay. But we don't even know where this login page is. So we know that there's no SSH login for this box from the outside. So we need to find the login page. So we've got these credentials. Let's go over to, I think it was called text. Was it the text pattern? Okay, this is the... So tag error, warning, it is not safe to rely on system time zone settings. You are required to use the date.timezone setting or the default time zone set function. In case you use any of those methods and you're still getting this warning, you must most likely misspelled the time zone identifier. We selected the time zone UTC for now, but please set the time zone to select your time zone while parsing from the default page default. Okay, that was really long. Let's go back. So this is some sort of error message. I'm not too sure where it's coming from, but what do we have here? It looks like some sort of published with text pattern CMS. So CMSs are, well, I wouldn't say that they're notoriously known for being exploitable, but every time I see a CMS, I want to exploit it. I don't know. I don't know if that says something about me, but let's search exploit text pattern. Search exploit. Okay, so text pattern has, this CMS has a bunch of different vulnerabilities associated with it. Let's take a look at if any of these could be relevant here. So we don't know what the version is, but we need to exploit the web application in order to get access to the server itself, which means it could be something like SQL injection or remote code execution. The way we could identify this for sure is if we could somehow find the version information for this text pattern CMS. So let's go ahead and take a look at Nikto. Where's Nikto? Where are ya? Okay, so this is Nikto over here. It wasn't able to find anything in particular, okay? And what about GoBuster? So GoBuster is here. We found robots, we found spammer.zip, okay, and we got the credentials from there. There's the database, and we can access this this endpoint. We should probably take a look at it. So let's take a look at the DB endpoint. Okay, we've got Drifting Blues, right? This is a theme. So this is Charles Brown. Drifting Blues. This is the... We should probably examine this this file over here, because this the person who writes these challenges, they really like steganography. I do not like steganography, which is hiding information inside of images. But the person who made this challenge really likes steganography. So I'm going to copy the image link and I'm going to download this image to... I wonder if any of these words could be something we need to pay attention to, like these song names over here. Anyways, let's download this file. Okay, so we're going to wget download this file. Wait, what's the endpoint? Copy image link. So okay, this didn't have a file extension. That's weird. This is a JPEG file. Let's take a look at this file's metadata. So we can look at the file's metadata by using the exif-tool command. And this gives us a lot of different information about this file. So there's nothing super interesting here so far. I'm going to go ahead and rename this. So I'm going to rename this from db to db.jpg because this is the JPEG file. And next, let's take a look at what text strings exist inside this file. So we're just going to run strings on db.jpg. Okay, so a lot of... Let's refine our strings command so that it only returns stuff that's at least 10 characters long. Not super helpful. Okay. Anyways, we'll leave this alone for right now, and let's see if we can access that robot directory. So this is not the robot directory, but there is a robots.txt file. Robots.txt was not found on the server. Are you sure? Let's try that again. Okay. This is a great little message over here. Don't forget to add .zip extension to your directory brute force. So text pattern. Okay, let's try navigating to this endpoint. Oh, we've got our login here. Okay. So we've got a set of credentials. So the set of credentials that we captured was this: Mayor and Lionheart. So let's go ahead and try using this. And Lionheart is the password. Remain logged in, sure. Okay, what does this say? Make time. It is not safe to rely on the system's time zone settings. You're required to use the date, not time zone setting of the... Yeah, okay. We got this message before. Is it not letting us... Okay, so we finally got in. We're going to save our... So we're inside the CMS application now. So we're an admin? Are we an admin? Really? So if we're an admin in inside of a CMS, then we can probably, and we have a CMS, okay, we've got the CMS software version number now. So I'm just going to copy this version number, and then we're going to search exploit over here. So search exploit text pattern with this version here. Okay, so we've got authenticated remote code execution. This is just what we're looking for. So we've got 2 of these. If one of these doesn't work, we can always try the other one. So what we're going to do is we're going to run search exploit again, and we're going to copy over the exploit file. So we can copy over the exploit file by giving search exploit with the M argument here, and then supply the number that's associated with this exploit, which is... So we'll first try this one. If this one doesn't work, we'll try the other one. Okay, so we copied this over to our own directory now. So we've got this this Python file here. Let's rename this Python file. So we're going to call this, and we're going to call it, so text pattern, we're just going to call this TP, and we're just going to call this exploit1.py. Because this is the first exploit, and if this one doesn't work, we'll try the second exploit. Okay, so from here, let's take a look at this exploit inside of Nano. So text pattern 4.8.3 remote code execution authenticated, and let's just check that this is 4.8.3. This is the same software version. Dependencies, beautiful soup, argparse, requests. I'm pretty sure we have all 3 of these libraries installed on our Kali Linux system. So what do we need to... We need a target, a user, a password, a command, a file name, and delete. But only these ones are required. So we only need to target a user and a password. Okay, so this script is supposed to get us remote code execution, and it also lets us supply a command. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get out of here, and then we're going to try running the script. So we're going to run Python TP exploit 1, and it's going to tell us how to use it. So it's target user password. Okay, so T for target, which is HTTP 10.02.100, and it's the endpoint is text pattern index.php. I think this is it. Oops. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so we need to supply a user. The user, what was their name? I need to get that name. Mayor and Lionheart. Let me copy this. Oops. Let's copy this. Okay, Mayor and Lionheart. So user, Mayor, password, Lionheart. And I guess we can give a command too. The command is going to be who am I. Okay, so let's run the script and see if it works. So what's wrong? What's wrong with the script? Why did it give us an error? Following arguments are required: target, user, password. Key error, name. Looks like... Okay, first of all, let's see if we need to supply this index.php. If we don't, then... okay. For some reason, it didn't want us, it just wanted us to use this endpoint and not the index.php. What do we get? File uploaded with ID none, command output. File not deleted, URL testing.php. So did we create this testing.php endpoint? Let's see if we can navigate to this endpoint. This file was not created. Files, this file path doesn't exist either. So let's see. Logged in, file uploaded, ID none, command output. This file was not found on the server. File not deleted. Summoner Dante says, robots.txt did that a few times. I'd refresh a few times to make sure. What was the other? Let me get the endpoint one more time. Oh, you know what? I think they don't want us to use the trailing slash, because the trailing slash shows up here, and it's an extra one. So let's try the same command, but without the trailing slash on the endpoint. Logged in. The requested URL testing.php was not found on the server. File not deleted. File not deleted. So does this exist now? Let's check it out. Okay, so the file was not created. So I don't know if this exploit is actually working or not. I should probably take a look at the So what's going on in this script? It's always going to print this stuff over here. If delete after execute, else print file not deleted, files file name. Files file. Okay. So I think what this exploit is trying to do is it's trying to create an endpoint with a web shell. So the endpoint with the web shell is going to be /files testing.php, and then afterwards it's going to give us URL parameter command equals to, and that's going to be set by whatever I put in the arguments. So I'm not sure why this stuff is not working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this script alone for now. If the exploit doesn't work, it looked like you can create files on text pattern endpoint already. So this is something we might be able to do manually. Which here. So this is the text pattern UI. We might be able to just create create files. So we would have to figure out how to create our files. Admin, preferences, languages, users, plugins. So maybe instead of our plugins, cannot write to a plugin directory var www text pattern plugins. So let's see if we can get anything. Let's not let it prompt us again. Okay, Drifting Blues, site URL, okay. Slogan, production status, testing. Oh, maybe we can change this to debugging, and that'll help us out. So we need to change our time zone to something else, maybe? I don't know. My time zone is, what was it? There are US time zones here too, right? Indian, Pacific time zones. Is there one for LA? If anybody's wondering, I am in the West Coast, what was it? Pacific time zone. Tokyo. Is there one for America? America. Let's set it to Los Angeles. There we go. Adjust for daylight saving time. Okay, format. Sure, why not? Accept comments. I think we can save this. Okay, so let's take a look at admin. So image directory, theme directory, file, directory path. So this should exist. Text pattern / files. Oh, wait. Okay, let's switch soundtracks. This soundtrack is not doing it for me. Let's do the Mass Effect soundtrack. So Mass Effect 2. If you guys are big fans of Mass Effect 2, like I am, you know that the soundtrack is really good. Let's play this thing. There we go. Okay, so var www text pattern / files. So is it in text pattern? Okay. So this file path is incorrect. The file path in the exploit is incorrect. So that's why it wasn't able to. Maybe we can change this. We can change it from text pattern to text pattern. And maybe then the exploit will work. Okay, so temp directory path, I think everything is okay. Plugin cache, temp directory path. I don't think we need to adjust anything else. Advanced options, let's turn that on and see if we see anything extra here. Let's save out these preferences. And what is this? Okay, so from here, let's try running that exploit one more time and see if it works this time. So let's see if we can access this endpoint now. If we can't access it, then we might be able to adjust the file path for creating the temporary file. The testing file, rather, inside the script itself. So let's take a look and see if this exists now. No, it does not exist. And in fact, I don't think the file path exists. Yeah, so there's no files directory. We have to go to this directory instead. Okay. So let's try adjusting the Python script. So inside the Python script, we need to write to a different directory. So the command URL is going to be where's it going to be? Upload URL, command URL. Delete after execute. So the command URL is going to be URL plus files. The login URL is going to be URL plus text pattern. Files plus file name plus this thing. Text pattern. Okay, okay. What we need to do is we need to change... What do we need to change? Okay, we've got ads coming up on Twitch. While the ads are running, we're not going to be doing anything. And instead, we're going to be watching bird videos and taking a little break. But let's see. Command URL, upload URL. So this should be the same. This should... The command URL should be... Let's just fix this. Let's fix this is going to be... It's going to be HTTP 10.0 to 100 text pattern /files/ plus file name plus... Okay, okay. I think this... What's up with this spacing? Okay, so let's save this out. Let's try. Let's try one more time. Okay, so it says file not deleted. The requested URL text pattern files testing.php was not found on the server. So does it mean the exploit was unable to create the file? We fixed the endpoint. Yeah, it didn't create anything. So the exploit doesn't seem to be working. Let's take a look at the exploit one more time. The login URL is going to be URL plus text pattern / Oh, you know what? The URLs should be different as well. Ad break ends in... Okay, so we've got 1.5 minutes of ads. So let's just... let's watch some birds. These birds are very argumentative over here. So if you take a look at the at this bird over here, you can see the indignation on its face. It's just not very happy that the other bird has showed up. Anyway, so let's keep on playing it. I'm going to have a little drink of water. Just a second, everybody. Got another 30 seconds of ads to go, and then we can continue. All right, let's put the birds away. Okay, so I think the URL is incorrect. So it says the login URL. It says URL plus text pattern. Wait, is the reason that everything's going wrong because the URL I'm supplying is incorrect? Let's adjust the script like this. And maybe it'll work now. Okay, let's save this out. Let's run the script one more time. Okay, so something didn't work here. Login URL, user password. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna copy the exploit script over again. And then I'm going to feed the exploit script over to ChatGPT and see if it can spot anything wrong with the code. And then we'll go from there. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay. And then let's go ahead and talk to the AI. This is a script for an exploit I'm doing for a CTF competition. Can you identify any code errors? Okay, then feed it the script. Issues and suggestions. Verify equals, what was it here? Verify equals false usage. Okay, so disables SSL certificate verification, which could be a security risk. Well, I mean, I don't care about that. It's important to note that this bypass should only be used when absolutely necessary. Error handling. The script does not handle errors gracefully for scenarios like failed file uploads or unsuccessful command execution. So the upload function assumes that the file upload will succeed without verifying the response. Execute command assumes that the command will execute and does not check for errors in the server's response. Add proper error handling to ensure robustness. Beautiful soup parsing. If the login function fails to find the TXP token input field, it will throw in key error. Add a check to confirm the existence of fname before accessing it. Okay. So this might need to be addressed. File ID retrieval. The getFileID function may fail at the ahref key does not exist in the link tag. Add a safeguard to avoid runtime errors. Okay, hard-coded PHP payload. EXE-CMD response parsing. Okay, default file name collision. So if the same file name testing.php already exists on the server, it could lead to conflicts. Consider randomizing the file name, encoding and input validation. General Python file. Okay, so there could be. I'm going to try running the clean version of the exploit script, and I'm going to try specifying a different endpoint. So something tells me that the endpoint was that I gave it was a bit off. So another good thing to note is this. I want to take a look at this Okay, so this is definitely Python 3. Sometimes you'll see old scripts that are running Python 2, and and in that case, it could be not very fun to interact with. Anyways, okay, what do we need to run it? We need a target, we need user, we need password. Okay, so the password, the user and the password was Mayor and Lionheart. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Hashcat. Thank you very much, and have a free Nyan Cat for you, Hashcat. There you go. Welcome to the HackerFrogs, Hashcat. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. So username, password. Then we need to provide a target. So let's do this target. File not deleted. How about this? Also says file not deleted. How about text pattern? Now we run into this. So it's having trouble logging in. Okay. Let's feed this to the AI. Okay, when we ran the unmodified exploit script, we came across this error. There you go. Okay, thank you very much for following Black Ops on Twitch. Thank you very much. How about we give you a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the...
Okay, so everybody, if you're wondering what's going on here, we're currently doing the hackmyvm.eu Driftingblues6 box. If you're interested in taking a look at this box yourself, let me grab a link for everybody. This is a VM challenge that you basically download and then deploy to your own VM network, and then do your hacking against it. This is known as a boot to root box. Basically, you boot it up, you keep on hacking against it until you get root access. Black Ops gives me the Vohio. Thank you very much for the Vohio, Black Ops. Thank you very much. Okay, so what do we have? So we're trying to get this exploit script to work against the CMS software. And we were just talking with ChatGPT about how to fix the code. So the error indicates the login function in the script is attempting to access an attribute name of an HTML element that does not have this attribute. This occurs because Beautiful Soup parses all the input elements, but not all of them may have the name attribute. Hashcat says, "Nice, thank you very much." Yeah, we're just doing our best to be hacker people. Fix this issue, you can add a safeguard to check if the name attribute exists before trying to access it. Here's an updated version of the login function. So, key changes. Has attribute check. Error message for missing token. Attempting to access F name without verifying its existence causes the key error. So run the script again after applying this fix. If the issue persists, it may indicate a different structure in the target server's login page. In such a case, inspect the HTML response using the print R text after the login request to ensure that the TXT token field is present. Okay, so let's copy this modified login function and then try to access it with and then rewrite it with Nano. Okay. Get args parse, get file ID, define login. So let's change the login function here. And then paste in the new login function. Okay, save it out, and then try it again. It says token not found, login may have failed. Okay, so maybe we need to give up on this exploit script. There was another exploit script that was available for the same version of this software. So let's download the other script. So the other script was another remote code execution, which is also authenticated. And let's copy that over to our directory, which is this. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's rename this. So we're going to name this from 84943.py to text pattern exploit 2.py. And then let's take a look at the... Actually, let's just try running it. Okay, so the usage python3 exploit.py and then username and password. Okay. So we just run this to this endpoint. With the username, oh gosh, what's the username? The username is this. So we managed to get some credentials. What happened here? Username and password. So we gave the username and password over here. It says log success logged in as username txp login cookies. Do we have these cookies? You know what? We really need to take a look at this exploit script. Okay, so we need... So let's see. I'm pretty sure we have all of these libraries in Python. We've got Beautiful Soup, and the rest of these look like standard standard modules. Disable SSL warnings, sure. So text pattern. Oh, this is a relatively recent CVE, so this is from 2020. Okay, so it's looking for text pattern / index.php. Okay, hold on. I think text pattern / target plus text pattern / index.php. So I think what we need to do is we need to adjust the endpoint. So the endpoint should be adjusted like this. Okay, now it's working. Now it's working. We've got a web shell. Awesome. Okay, so who am I? Who am I? We do not have a... Do we actually have a web shell? Text pattern files was not found on this server. Darn it, let's take a look at the web application now. So in text pattern files, actually we should go back here. And we should go back to the admin so preferences, Let's log in. We've got all these error messages. Okay, so file directory path. Let's make it this again. And then let's save this. Preferences saved. Let's go back. var www text pattern files. Okay. Okay, let's run the exploit again. So it says logged in as mayor, grabbing the token. Web shell uploaded successfully. Did this also say uploaded? Upload token grabbed successfully, logged in. Web shell uploaded successfully, but we didn't have that message with this previous one. Wait, or did we? Okay. Well, this is a pretty fancy. Okay, if we ask who am I, it says we're www data. So we're not exactly in yet, but we can set up a reverse shell. So what we're going to do is we're going to bash, and then we're going to set up a netcat shell. So we like to set up our netcat shells on port 443 because 443 is usually not disallowed as an incoming port for firewall rules. So this is why we use port 443 with our netcat. From the web shell, let's run a command that gets us a reverse shell connection, and let's use a reverse shell connection from revshells.com. So the port is going to be 443. The IP address is going to be the one for my attack box. And let's run the BusyBox netcat. So BusyBox netcat is a pretty good shell. Is a pretty good reverse shell command because it doesn't have very many special characters, and we can send it to web apps without, well, most of the time we can send it to web apps without it going weird. But anyways, let's have our web shell execute this command, and we see that it hangs, which is a good sign. If we go over to our netcat listener, we see that we got a connection from the web server over here on this port. If we ask who am I, it says we're www data. Alright, so we've successfully broken into the server, which means I have to do my bit. I have to call Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Oh, Scary Hacker Voice Guy, we need you again.
Hey, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Scary Hacker Voice Guy comes out every time we break into a server. Well, Drifting Blues, you decided it would be okay to deploy unsafe CMSs? Well, that was a big mistake. We were able to find a pre-written exploit script and then break into your server using it. Well, maybe you knew about the security implications, or maybe you accepted the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now... now, we're in.
Alright, so Simon Dante says, I came back just in time. We're in. Yup, we are in. Alright, so... Scary Hacker Voice Guy makes my throat hurt really bad. That's why we can't call on him too much. Anyways, we need to figure out which version of Python is running on the system. So we got Python. Who knows what version of Python this is? It doesn't matter. We can run Python and run this command here: import pty, pty.spawn bin bash. Okay, so now we have a partially upgraded shell. We can upgrade our shell the rest of the way by doing this command over here. We're going to background our shell and then go back to our Kali Linux. We're going to run stty-a to get some configuration over here. So rows 27, columns 111. We're going to be using this. We're going to run stty raw minus echo, then foreground our shell, and then run export term equals xterm 256 color, and export shell equals bash. And then we're going to do stty rows 27 columns 111 because that's the same as this over here. Then we're going to reset. So now we have a fully functional shell. We can do tab autocomplete, we can do command history, and we can do terminal text editors. So we've got a fully upgraded shell, and we're now on the target as the www data user, or as our good friend IPSEC likes to call him, www data, which sounds, well, actually, maybe I should call this user www data too, because that's really fun to say. Anyways, let's try to get a lay of the land. I like to do manual enumeration before I start running exploit scripts. Exploit, what was it? Privilege escalation scripts like linps.sh. So let's just try to find out what we can do on the system. So let's see if we have any sudo permissions. There's no sudo on the on the system. If we go to, actually, if we go over to the home directory, there are no users. There are no regular users on the system. So let's take a look at the etc password file. So there are no regular users on the system, so we need to figure out... Okay, well, what else should we do? We can go into the opt directory to see if there's any optional software installed in here or not. There is not. There's nothing in the home directory. So the spammer.zip, robots.txt, index.html, db.png. Oh, this is a PNG file. Interesting. Okay, so what is actually in the text pattern directory here? So there's not a heck of a lot. htaccess. It's not very often that I see this file, but what's in here? Directory index, index.php, index.html. So everybody, in case you don't know, from this point on, what we need to do is we need to find a way to elevate our privileges on the system. This process is also called privilege escalation, and the goal of this is to get the highest privileges available on the system. And in the case of a Linux system, we're talking about root privileges. So root user privileges who have basically control over the entire server. So another thing we can check for is we can look for SUID binaries, and we can look for them by doing this command over here. Okay, so I don't think there are any... I don't know if there are any unusual commands that have the SUID bit, but what I can do is I can feed this to ChatGPT and it can identify whether or not it can see any weird ones here. So, are there any strange SUID binaries in this list? And then supply the list. Some binaries stand out as potentially strange or suspicious for having the SUID bit set. Okay. Common ones, we can ignore all these. Uncommon or suspicious SUID binaries. XM4. XM is a mail transfer agent. It has a history of vulnerabilities when configured with SUID, such as privilege escalation exploits. Okay, so XM4, we could take a look at a well-known privilege escalation site, lookup site, which is called gtfobins.io. So from here, we're going to look this up. XM4, there's nothing here. Okay. Well, what else is there? The mcrypt get device. This binary is used for device mapper cryptography, often used in just encryption setups. Pt7 own. This binary is related to pseudo terminology ownership. It is often unnecessarily in modern systems where PTY management is handled differently. We've got ads coming up in about a minute. Let's see if we can get some information before those ads start. Audit these two binaries over here. Determine if these binaries are necessary for the system's use case. Okay, so XM4. Maybe I can look this up. XM4 privilege escalation. Okay, so we've got an entry over at exploitdb, and this is local privilege escalation. So it's XM with these versions right here. So what I need to do is I need to figure out which version of XM is being used on the system. So we're going to do XM4 TAC version. How do you spell that? XM4. Sunflavor says, don't forget to check the search button on your AI chat to get the most up-to-date info. Search button. Where is the search button? Oh, this one? Oh, search the web. Okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, we might be able to... Yeah, okay, I see it. Thank you very much for that. So, search the web. Can you search the web for XM4 privilege escalation techniques? Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to switch over to our bird feeder. Just a second. This is just a lot of birds, so we're just going to watch this while we're waiting for the ads to run out. Okay, so I'm going to take a little water break. Just a second. Sunflavor says the birds are epic. Thank you very much. I spend a lot of time watching the bird feeder. It makes my day just a little better when I see all the birds chowing down on the food outside. And we're going to be back in just a few seconds, so I guess we can put the birds away. Okay, so it says here CVE, this one over here, Return of the Wizard. This flaw affects XM's versions. These ones to these ones. And, So, first of all, we need to figure out what version of XM is on the target. So, XM4, it says here that it doesn't exist. That's weird. Let's invoke this specifically. Okay, so XM version 4.8. So we need to look for a vulnerability in XM that affects version 4.8. So let's this local escalation, privilege escalation vulnerabilities impacts XM versions prior to 4.86.2. So this qualifies. So this one is on the exploit database. Okay, so I think we can copy this. And let's take a look. So, local privilege escalation. What do we need to do? When XM installation has been compiled with Perl support and contains a Perl startup configuration variable, it can be exploited by malicious local attackers to gain root privileges. Okay. So we need to make sure that it is compiled with Perl support. So we can check by doing this kind of command over here. Okay. Let's Huh. It looks like this was not created with Perl support, so maybe it's not going to work. But you know what? We can go ahead and try anyways. The worst that can happen is that it doesn't work. Okay, so to perform the attack, attacker can take advantage of XM's send-mail interface. So we would XM links to an XM binary that is the SUID bit on set on it by default, as we can see below. Wait. XM command not found. Actually, let's see if there's just XM by itself without XM4. We would do find / name XM in the entire file system. So there's just user sbin XM. And then there's user... you know what? I want to take a look at the SUID bits on both of these. So what about XM4? So the SUID... Okay. XM... It redirects, it's a link to XM4. Okay. So XM4 is the actual thing. So what was that command? So it's XM BV and then V. So it looks like this was not... It wasn't created with Perl support, but we can try anyways. And we need to take a look at this sendmail.xm file. Okay. So this file does not exist. So this is getting more and more likely that this exploit is not going to work. Okay, let's take a look. Proof of concept root exploit. So we need to take a look at the XM configuration file. You know, if this file doesn't exist, then it's probably a good sign that this exploit isn't going to work. There's no such directory. So is there an XM directory? So there's an XM4 directory. Okay, maybe we can take a look in there. So this is a directory. What's in the directory? XM4. What file are we looking for? xm.conf. Okay, so maybe we're looking at the... Actually, let's go into the conf.d direct... Wait. XM4. Okay, so there's no configuration files in here. Thank you very much for following Mohedek1. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. And please have one of these. By these, I mean, what is it? Oh, the Devil's Bedroom. This is a great meme.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Did you know that these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom? It's true, though. Alright, so password.client, update XM4, and there's no... I don't think there's XM installed on here. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you here, Moadec1. And we're just doing a CTF box over here. If you're interested in taking a look, it's going to be over at this URL. There you go. Okay. So I think we're starting to... I'm not very confident that this is the exploit script that we want. But we know that the version of XM on the system is 4.8, I think it was called. Thank you very much for following the dude at 254. Thank you very much for following the dude. And let's give you a video redeem. How about all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so that was that was the very beginning of a famous hacker rap called All the Things. So all the things from all the things from dual core. If anybody wants to check this out, this is probably one of the this is probably considered to be a hacker anthem, and it's a great little rap song if you wanted to check that out on YouTube yourself. Okay, so let's go ahead and look for... I'm going to search exploit XM 4.8. Okay, so this is denial of service. This does not work. Wait, what is this? Less than 4. Okay, this doesn't work. This is not the right version. Maybe... What is the difference between XM and XM4? Okay, so XM4 is essentially the updated and maintained version of XM with improvements in functionality, performance, and security. Okay, XM refers to earlier versions of the XM mail transfer agent. XM4 is the 4th major version of XM, introduced in the early 2000s. So let's just look up XM4 privilege escalation 4.8. Okay, so we've got another one for local privilege escalation. This one is talking about... This one is not the correct version. So maybe we're not looking at the right thing. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at a privilege escalation script called linpiece. So it's a project on GitHub. And if anybody's interested in taking a look, it's over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to scan the system for any privilege escalation vectors. And where is... Here's the releases. Okay. So we're just going to grab the script from the GitHub repository over here. And then we're going to download it to our target. Here. Okay, so we're going to move into our temporary directory because that's where we can write files. And then we're going to download the linpiece script. The certificate of github.com is not trusted. Okay, let's see. Quaddle, hello there from Mexico. Hello, Quaddle. How are you doing? And welcome to the YouTube chat. And let's give you a Nyan Cat for fun. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so since the server won't download from GitHub, I'm just going to download the script to my own Kali box over here, and then I'm going to host the file using the Python module. So HTTP server on port 80. Okay. Let's see. So Spencer Adolph says you can probably wget with the flag to ignore the cert. Well, okay. Let me try. So let me try to wget help, and there was one to ignore. Check node certificate. Check node check certificate, right? This is what we're looking for? Okay. Awesome. Okay. The Dive Alls says hello from Mississippi. Hello, Dive Alls. Nice to see you. And Quaddle says cool. Thanks from a hacker friend. And hello everybody. Nice to see you all here. We're just trying to get privilege escalation on this box. We broke in by using an exploit script, and now we're trying to get our privilege escalation on. Okay, so check node certificate. The link is over here. Let's try downloading it now. Okay, we're able to download it. Great. Thank you very much for the suggestion, Spencer Adolf. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's make the script executable with the chmod command, linpeas.sh, and then let's run the script. Okay, so the thing we have to understand about linpeas is that it's gonna check a lot of different stuff, and in its execution, it'll color code all the information that it gets. We have to pay attention to the colors. So if something is colored with red and yellow, then it's definitely going to be a privilege escalation vector. If something's red, we should take a look at it. And every other color, we don't really have to pay too much attention to. So let's look through this slowly to figure out if there's something we can use to exploit the system. You know, there's something... Ooh, it's suggesting dirty cow. It's also suggesting dirty cow 2. These are kernel exploits. Okay, I'm gonna add these to my notes. I don't like doing kernel exploits unless I absolutely have to, because kernel exploits make the entire system very, very unstable, and it can cause system crashes. So it's suggesting a lot of different exploits here. I guess this the system OS is kind of old. Anyways, I'm going to ignore all these. So let's see, disabled. Root is running. So www data is running the Apache server. Are there any other super interesting? There's a MySQL database that's running. But we don't have credentials for MySQL. I'm not sure if this is... There is MySQL here, so we could check it out later if we run into stuff to look at. Apache 2 process found. Dump creds. We can't dump creds. Unix sockets listening. Spencer Adolf says there might be some creds in the web directory in a config or something usually. Yeah. Well, we could also try reusing the creds that we got we got earlier. But that's something we can. Let me write down MySQL. Okay. So there's also cron jobs, yeah. We need to check out if there are cron jobs available on the system. So we definitely see that that localhost is running MySQL, which is associated with this port number here. It's also running port 25. So port 25 is some sort of mail port, right? So this tells me that it might be the mail service that we need to exploit. So mail server running. Okay, let's keep that in mind. So we've got super users. There are no... Oh man, what's with the scary music? Sites enabled. Okay. We've got PHP stuff, we've got Debian. MySQL configuration. Private SSH keys were found. Really? I don't know. I don't think this is correct. I don't think there are private SSH keys in there. But I'm gonna check it out later. Some certificates were found. Snakeoil.pem, great. Files with interesting permissions. Searching root files in home directories. Okay. SE Linux. We were talking about this earlier. Let's see. Files inside others' homes. History.txt. Actually, maybe we want to access this to see if there's any interesting history there. So I'll just note that. Config.php. This could also have credentials in here. So we're going to note this. Okay, so searching mail applications, XM and SendMail. There's a backups folder. Okay, so that's it. Huh, strange that they didn't talk about the SUID binaries. Alright, so let's take a look at those configuration files to see if we can find anything in there. So what do we have? Text pattern. Oh, there's a password. Drifter. I'm just okay. Wow. Cron jobs at the top. The cron jobs. Spencer Adolph. Thank you very much for the tip on the credentials that might be hiding in the configuration files. But cron jobs, right? We can cat cron, etc. Cron tab. Okay, so nothing here. We can also download the pspy binary, and we can take a look at any potential cron jobs that are running that aren't part of this. So cron tab L. No cron tab for us, but pspy is a pretty good thing to run when we're looking for hidden cron jobs. Pspy. Okay, so pspy is this binary over here. We're just going to download it to the target. And what was the tag to no check certificate? Okay, let's run that again and download the pspy binary. Okay, great. So let's give permissions to the pspy binary and then run it. Run it as a process and redirect the output to spy.txt. Like this. Okay, great. Spencer Adolph says there's probably a short single letter option like K to ignore. Probably, yeah. I just didn't look it up, but it's not something I've run across before. But maybe it's something I need to pay attention to more in the future. Okay, so let's take a look and see if there are cron jobs. It doesn't seem like there are any so far. Oh, curl. Oh, okay. Maybe I should be running curl instead of wget. So XM is running. This gives me, I don't know. If it's not XM, then it's going to be MySQL. Okay, we've got new stuff. So this DHCP client is running. This is pretty normal. I don't think any of this is super relevant. Okay, so let's try logging into MySQL. So MySQL localhost. User is Drifter, I think. Access denied for Drifter at localhost using password now. Oh, we need to specify we want to use a password like this. Okay. So we've got this password over here that we stole from the configuration file. Huh? Was that the wrong password? What was that password for? Was that for the web application? You might have to specify the database. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the config.php again then. Localhost, right? Database is text pattern DB. So where do we insert the name of the database? Maybe there's no need to say the database, just log in. Well, we tried to log in without specifying the database. So would we specify the database like this, or is it a different format? Okay. So where do we specify? Let me look this up. MySQL command login specify database. How to use MySQL from the command line. Actually, there should probably be a MySQL cheat sheet that we can look at. Add MySQL to the path, log in. MySQL man page online is what I would go for. I might just shortcut this and just ask ChatGPT. How do we use the MySQL command Linux to access the system as a specific user and connect to a specific database? Okay, so we've got D database name. Okay, so we just need to add the D in the database name. And then supply the password. Okay. Access denied for user Drifter at localhost. So is this not Drifter? Maybe we can try... Maybe it is actually the root user. Check out the man page. It has the correct format. Okay, so let's man MySQL. Okay, so what we got? MySQL options DB name. Oh, so the DB name. Okay, let me... This is really long. Okay, okay. Remove localhost and see. So... text pattern underscore DB. What? Oh, is this... is this command... incorrect? Okay, so yeah. Alright, this is not... Huh. What is this I'm looking at? Why did it give us all this stuff? Oh, no. This is the man page output. Okay, usage MySQL options database. MySQL options database. Maybe, yeah, right. Maybe we don't need to specify localhost. Okay. Enter the password. Okay, let me grab that password. Access denied for using... Okay, so maybe it's not root. We're going to do the drifter user. Okay, now we're in. We're in. Great. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for everybody's help. Yeah, sometimes it's tough getting the right syntax. Show tables. So text pattern category, text pattern users, token. So show databases. Maybe there's more databases in here. So there's the information schema that usually doesn't have anything useful in it. Well, it usually doesn't have anything useful for privilege escalation in it. So we're just going to look for the users. Let's dump the users. So that would be select star from txp underscore users. Oh, hold on. I forgot to do my my semicolon. Okay. Sorry. Select star from txp underscore users. And remember to add the semicolon. Okay. We already know this information. Okay, so maybe enter without the semicolon. If you do it without the semicolon, it doesn't... then add the semicolon. You're right. So these were the credentials we used already. So maybe we need to look in another table. So show tables. What else could be juicy here? What is just this text pattern? What is the text pattern table? Oh, what is this? Okay, so this is just the contents of the entire site. So I don't think that's dang it. That's not super helpful. Maybe the SQL is a rabbit hole and we shouldn't be looking at it. But what other tables could we look at? I guess we could look at the log. There might be something interesting, or it might be just a bunch of stuff that we don't need to look at. Anyways. Select star from. There's nothing here. Okay. Language, link, form, file, discuss. Well, maybe we should take a look at these. Have you checked the text pattern table itself? Probably rabbit hole in my opinion. The text pattern table itself. Yeah, the text pattern table is just the site contents. So it doesn't look like it's super. I don't think it's very relevant. So I'm just gonna. I might come back to this later, but I'm just gonna investigate something else. So there was this other file over here called the history.txt, which I'm going to take a look at. Oh, okay. So it's just talking about the CMS software version history. Not super relevant. Let's see if PSpy got anything good. I've never heard of this binary before, graph. Anyways, maybe we should take a look at the service on port 25. So netcat localhost 25. So this is the XM program over here. So auth, hello, mail, receipt, data, noop, quit, reset, help. So let's do auth. Auth command used when not advertised. So mail, unrecognized command. How do we interact with this system? Too many syntax or protocol errors. Okay, so I don't know. Maybe there's some email in here that we need to access. So let's take a look at how to do hack tricks. Let's take a look at hack tricks and see what they talk about port 25, which is the mail server. SNMP. Let's look for mail. Impacket. Spencer Adelpha says I'd go with Dirty Cow myself. Dirty Cow is only for if we run out of stuff to do. SMTP is mail, right? Okay. So simple mail transfer protocol, great. Email, basic actions, banner grabbing. VN, okay. So Finding mail servers enumeration. Internal server name. So how do we... Username brute force enumeration. Verify EXPN automated tools. Commands. Sending an email. SMTP smuggling. Okay. So what are these commands? Sniffing, internal server name. Okay, so let's try this again. So we're going to do netcat. Can't parse localhost as an IP address. Can't parse localhost as an IP address, so it's 27001. Okay, so we're accessing, we say hello, help, command supported, Driftingblues hello localhost .lan. Okay. So we use the mail command. Unrecognized command. Why is this not recognized? Okay, okay. We got to figure out how to interact with the mail service here. Let me try asking, what are these commands? Basic actions. Hold on. Gotta keep the music going. Banner grabbing, basic connection, great. Yeah, we've done this. Spencer Adolf, mail might be default installed on this OS if it is, then unlikely vulnerable. Well, I mean, we also saw that there was an SUID binary that was associated with the mail service. So that kind of sets off my spidey senses. So I don't actually interact with mail services very often, so this is why I think it might be something relevant. Because most of the time you don't see this port open. For SUID, I always check GTFO bin's site for how to use it. So there's nothing available for GTFO bins for this particular binary. Yeah. But because mail is here, I want to see if I can figure out, well, first of all, I want to see if I can figure out how to get access to the emails in here, if there are any here. So sniffing, user brute force enumeration. So hello X, hello, pleased to meet you, mail from sender, okay, receipt to admin. You're still www, right? Yeah, we're still the www user. There are no normal users on this system aside from root. There are no normal users. So I guess if there are no normal users, it's very unlikely that there's any emails sent here. I don't know. Cyphernigma says you might be able to use MS-SQL to move to Drifter, right? Impacket MS-SQL. I don't know. Hello. Verify. Okay, so we can look for users. VRFY. VRFY. That wasn't one of the administrative prohibitions. So yeah, so there's no we can't do that command. So mail is not a valid command either. What is this data command? Maybe I should take a look at an SMTP cheat sheet. If there isn't another user, that doesn't make sense. SMTP cheat sheet. Okay. So the hello command initiates the SMTP session conversation. Okay. So hello is an alternative to hello for servers that support the SMTP service extensions. If the server does not support ESMTP, it will reply with an error. Okay, so mail from command initiates a mail transfer. As an argument, mail from specifies the recipient. Mail from. Is this how we receive mail? Data command. Ask the server for permission to transfer the mail data. Okay, so if we send the data command, this should download the emails. Noop command is only used to check whether the server can respond. Help, verify, and expn. Used to verify whether a mailing list in the argument exists. The auth command is used to authenticate the client to the server. For this, it uses an argument and specifies different levels of security and login methods. Plain login and cram MD5. Auth plain. Auth login. Okay. Auth command used when not advertised. It is advertised. Okay, so with the data command, the client asks the server permission to transfer the mail data. So just do data, but when I did data before, valid receipt RCP command must precede data. Oh, so we need to specify a recipient? Okay, maybe we need to exit. Quit. So in order to use this, we need a valid email address. So I think I saw an email address somewhere. I think it might have been when we accessed MySQL. Okay, so this is the person's email right here. So in order to use the email service, we need to have a valid email address. So there's the valid email address. So we do hello, and then we do recipient, and then this email address right here, right? Paste that in. Unrecognized command. Can we just rcpt by itself? We can't even receive mail. What the hell? Mail is an unrecognized command. rcpt. Okay, so this could be a rabbit hole, but what else do we have to investigate? So they said that there might be SSH keys in here, in this XM4 file. It seems weird. XM is a mail transfer agent. It is normally called mail user agents. Not directly. It is called by mail user agents, not directly from the shell command line. And they were talking about private SSH keys. So I wouldn't discount the kernel exploit if it works. If it works, it works. Okay, let's try the kernel exploit. So it was Dirty Cow 2. Let's look it up. Dirty Cow 2. Okay, so let's so there's Dirty Cow. Let's look up Dirty Cow 2 GitHub. Exploit Dirty Cow 2 has been moved permanently by Linux Exploit Suggester. Okay. So I want the exploit to suggest the new download page, which is over here. Okay. So which CVE? So this matches the correct CVE. This is Dirty Cow 2. How do we compile this thing? I guess we need to... So let's copy the entire exploit here. And then let's create a file. Okay, so dcow2.c. Paste in all the stuff. Okay, so we shouldn't need to adjust anything. We just need to make sure that we have the right command over here. So recommended way to run. Let me copy these commands. Compile G++. Do we have this compiler? GCC. Okay, save this out. And we're just going to need to, let's just name this thing decal.c, and then oh, it's a C++ file. Okay. Let's see. CypherEnigma says, I'd try to do it locally, then curl the bin onto the target. Well, I mean, usually you want to compile stuff on the target, right? Digital Warhead says, hey there, have you taken the Pentest Plus yet? No, I have not taken the Pentest Plus. I'm not really a certificate person. I think I have one. I have one certificate, and it's the the EJPT from I don't remember the name of the company anymore. eLearn Security. But no, I don't have the Pentest Plus. Anyways, we're gonna have ads coming up in about half a minute. We're gonna be taking a little break during the ad while the ads are running, because I don't want any of the Twitch people to miss out. So this is, I think this is supposed to be a C++ file. So decal is supposed to be C++. So decal.c, we're going to make it decal.cpp. Okay, and then we're going to try to, whoops. Digital Warhead says, I just passed my CISA Sci-SA Plus cert a few weeks ago. I'm getting ready to take the Pentest Plus cert next month. Awesome, yeah. I'm not sure where you would go to get learning materials for that particular certification. What I would do is I would probably be looking at something like Professor Messer. Professor Messer might have something on Pentest Plus. Pentest Plus. Yeah, Professor Messer. Let's see if they have something. The ad break is going on right now. No, it looks like Professor Messer doesn't have Pentest Plus. That's unfortunate. But there might be Pentest Plus course. Seems to be a couple of them on ExploitDB. Are you talking about Dirty Cow? Let's see. CompTIA Pentest Plus course. New certification. I think. How about this one, Digital Warhead? Try out this this video over here. CompTIA has learning material they include with the cert. It's part of the school's course curriculum. Oh, that's great. Okay, we still have ads going on in Twitch. I guess I'm just gonna take a little sip of water, just a second. Looks like the timing is off for me, and it seems that the ads end before. Okay, so I got an error when we compiled the binary. Yeah, the binary didn't actually compile. And it seems like the file was deleted. That's weird. Why would it have been deleted? I copied this, I moved this over to that's really weird. Am I trying to output the file into itself? No, so the output should have been... Oh, geez. You know what? You're right. You're right. Something... Yeah. I shouldn't have done that. I made an error. Let me create that file again. decal.cpp. And let me grab the code again. That was on exploitdb. Okay, let's copy all this code again. It's not very much of it. It's not scrolling very fast. Okay. Paste it in. Let's try that again. That code might be local in Sursploit. Could be. We're looking for dirty cow. How do you spell that? Anyways, let's try that command to decal. Okay, let's try that command again. Okay, it compiled. It compiled. We've got decal dot over here. Let's try. It worked. It worked. Okay, you know what that means. That means this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, and we also need to call Scary Hacker Voice Guy in again. Just a second. Scary Hacker Voice Guy.
It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. We're back, and we've rooted you. Well, Drifting Blues, it looks like you've decided to use kernel exploits as the intended path for this box. That's kinda lame, but you know what? If it works, it's not lame, so it looks like you've decided to leave your operating system vulnerable to dirty cow. Well, maybe you knew about this vulnerability, or maybe you accepted the risk. You accepted the risk, and now we're root.
Oh my god, that kills my voice. Alright, so everybody, we managed to get root on Drifting Blues. Let's move into the root directory. There's a root.txt. And just to be nice, I will be reading the root.txt off stream, just so the organizers don't get mad at me for putting these flags on the live stream. But everybody, that's it for today's stream. But thank you very much for everybody's suggestions. Good people like Digital Warhead and Spencer Adolf. I think you guys really helped in getting this box rooted. And yeah, I really, it's very, very helpful to have people in chat who are knowledgeable and giving good suggestions. But sometimes the right way to do it is to do a kernel exploit. Yep. But let's see if we can find somebody to raid. We're going to be back. It's Wednesday today, and we're going to be back on Friday, and we're going to be doing more hacking stuff and doing more demonstrations. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Everybody is here to help, and sometimes we need some distractions as well. So let's see if there's some people on the infosecstreams.com. Always trust the Linpeas. Yup. DJ Chateau is on. DJ Chateau is a great cybersecurity live streamer. And let's see if they are just leaving or doing whatever. Let's see what's going on with them. So DJ Chateau has been on for a couple hours. Hopefully they've got a little bit more energy for some more. And Coatl says, I'm on that list. Yup. Great, great, great. Cinepet, dang, I found this too late. Don't worry. Why don't you give me a follow on Twitch, and then you can be here for the next stream. But nice to see you here, Cinepet. Pet? I'm not too sure. But let's give you a Nyan Cat. Okay, so we're going to be back on Friday, and we're going to be doing more hacking and more demonstrations and all sorts of other fun stuff. But everybody, thank you very much for coming by today. Hashcat asks, "What's your normal streaming schedule for the week?" So I've got a website. It's well, I don't have a website. I use Reddit. So we've got a Reddit. It's over at our HackerFrogs, and if you take a look over here at our HackerFrogs, we put up our schedule every week. And we're normally streaming on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at around the same time each week. We've got our topics and stuff posted up there, and that's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to be back on Friday. It's going to be that one's going to be a shorter stream because I've got some stuff to attend to in the evening. But it's going to be an hour earlier than we did it today, and we're only going to be going for about 3 hours or so. But yeah. So before we raid into DJ Chateau, let's give a shout out to all the good people in chat. Thank you very much for coming by, Hashcat and Snipe It, and Quaddle, and Shivren, and Spencer Adolf, Digital Warhead. Let's see, Cypher Enigma, and all the rest, Mohadik 1. And everybody else who came by to chat. Thank you very much. We also have Divols. And all right, so let's raid into DJ Chateau. Let's do. This is going to be the raid message when we go into DJ Chateau's channel. If you could give this raid message, OS frog hip hop hack. Frog, OS frog, like this. Okay, so we're gonna do our raid, but before we raid, let's do one last hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, so everybody, we will see you on Friday, and everybody have a great rest of the week. All right, everybody. See you next time.